In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Rowan Price, and I have always introduced myself with a certain weight in my voice, as if stating my name alone might anchor me in a world that has a habit of slipping sideways. I am 33 years old, a wildlife tracker by trade, and I was raised in a family that believed knowledge of the land was both inheritance and obligation. I was taught to read the forest like scripture. The shift of a branch, the track of a paw, the distant echo of a call. For as long as I can remember, I've followed the rhythms of nature, but on one night in particular, that rhythm betrayed me, bending into something I could neither recognize nor resist. That was the night I tracked coyotes into the ruins of an abandoned mountain town and learned that the howls I followed were not made by animals at all, but by voices chanting in human tongues. The beginning was not dramatic. It rarely ever is. I had been working in the foothills of the Appalachians for several weeks, conducting a survey of predator activity for a local conservation project. My role was simple enough: locate signs of coyotes, document their range, and collect scat for diet analysis. I carried a notebook, a compass, and a digital recorder in my pack, though I trusted my eyes and ears far more than any piece of equipment. For days I tracked small groups through dense undergrowth and along ridge lines, watching their paths intersect with those of deer and raccoons. They moved cleverly, always cautious, often circling back in patterns that seemed designed to test whether anything was following them. That evening, the air was colder than expected. Clouds had begun to clot the sky, and the wind carried the kind of dry whisper that makes you believe something is about to happen. I had set camp just before dusk in a clearing beside a stream, my tent facing the water, so I could hear its running voice through the night. After a dinner of beans and rice, I stoked the fire low and sat listening to the forest around me. That was when I heard them, the coyotes. It began as a single sharp yip from somewhere high on the slope behind me. Then came the others, layering in, a scatter of howls rising and falling in what I recognized as a rallying chorus. Coyotes often sing like that to call the pack together, to announce territory, to celebrate a hunt. It is wild music, dissonant and thrilling, a sound that carries a mix of hunger and joy. But there was something strange about this chorus. The pitches bent oddly, as though half the voices dragged their notes too long, forming shapes that felt deliberate. There was a cadence hidden in the noise, a rhythm too patterned to be mere instinct. I should have noted it, written it down, and left it for another day. Instead, I stood, slung my pack over one shoulder, and doused the fire until only smoke trailed upward. The decision came too quickly. Born of instinct rather than reason, I would follow the sound. Coyotes did not usually call like that. Not so close to the old ruins I had heard locals whisper about. Perhaps they were adapting, using some new hunting strategy. That was the excuse I gave myself as I began climbing toward the slope. The forest at night is a different country. The trees compress the world into tunnels of black and silver, and every step feels louder than it should. My boots pressed against damp leaves, and the crunch seemed to echo back on itself. I moved carefully, scanning for prints or scat, but found none. The howls drifted ahead, shifting left and right, always staying just beyond reach. It was as though they were drawing me forward intentionally, leading me on a line toward the crest of the ridge. When I reached it, I saw the ruins below. I had heard rumors from a gas station clerk earlier that week. A town abandoned in the early 1900s after a mine collapsed, killing dozens. They said some families had lingered too long, refusing to leave until starvation forced them out. Nobody had returned. The place had been left to rot, and the forest had grown around it, reclaiming the bones of streets and houses. From the ridge, I could see the dark skeletons of buildings, their roofs collapsed, their chimneys jutting upward like broken teeth. The howls carried down into that hollow, rising again as though from the center of the town itself. I felt my skin tighten, gooseflesh lifting along my arms. It was no longer animal sound. It was language, warped and stretched, syllables caught between growl and chant. I could not make out the words, but I recognized the rhythm of speech. My compass, clipped to my pack strap, spun in a slow, restless circle. North bled into south, east into west, as if the needle had lost all sense of allegiance. I descended anyway. That is the part of the story I wish I could erase. I should have marked the ruins from above, should have recorded the sounds and turned back. But I kept walking, curiosity tethered to me like a leash I could not sever. My boots touched the old stone road, cracked with moss and roots, and the air shifted colder still. A stench hung low here, rot and damp earth, but also something metallic, like old blood dried into the soil. I passed the shell of what must have been a general store. Its windows gaped empty, the wood warped and peeling. Farther on, I found a row of houses leaning into each other, their porches collapsed, their doors sagging from rusted hinges. Each house seemed to breathe slightly in the dark, boards creaking though no wind stirred them. The chanting grew louder as I pressed forward, echoing off broken walls and stone foundations, the voices overlapping in strange harmony. At the heart of the town stood a building, taller than the rest, a church perhaps, though its steeple had long since fallen. The double doors hung open. From inside, light pulsed faintly, pale and unsteady, as if from a cluster of candles. The voices gathered there, merging into one great vibration that set the boards under my boots trembling. I froze at the threshold, staring into the glow. It is difficult to explain what I saw without doubting my own memory. Shadows moved inside, not cast by flame but self-willed, sliding along the walls in human shapes. They swayed as though bound in ritual, heads tilted upward, arms lifting in broken rhythm. I heard syllables roll out of them, heavy with guttural consonants, almost Latin but twisted, carrying cadences that prickled at my ears. And threaded within the sound was the unmistakable timbre of coyotes, yips and howls bent into human shape, voices wearing masks of flesh. I wanted to run. My body urged it, every muscle burning to turn and flee back into the forest. But something rooted me. The air felt thick, viscous, and every breath came like swallowing syrup. My heart pounded, not in fear alone but in recognition. It was as though part of me had been waiting for this, listening for it across the years without knowing. The shadows shifted, and for a brief instant, one of them turned its head toward me. Its face was not a face at all, but a void, a hole through which the candlelight bled. Yet in the void I saw shapes of teeth, long and thin, arranged in a grin that stretched impossibly wide. The chanting paused, breaking into silence that pressed against my eardrums. "You came," a voice said. Not in my head, not in the air, but from everywhere at once. It carried the rasp of coyote growl under the syllables. My knees buckled slightly, and I gripped the doorframe to keep myself from falling. I wanted to answer, but no words came. My throat locked tight. I stepped backward once, boots scraping against stone, and the sound seemed to echo through the entire town. The shadows rippled in unison, as though stirred by that small movement. Then the chanting returned, louder, sharper, like a tide rushing back in after momentary retreat. It rose to a pitch that made the boards vibrate, that rattled dust from the beams above. The candle flames lengthened, twisting into shapes like reaching hands. As shadows swelled, filling more of the space, as if the church itself was too small to contain them. I turned then. My legs obeyed at last, and I fled down the road, past the houses, past the store, my breaths tearing ragged through the cold air. The voices chased me, not from behind but from every direction, echoing through walls and soil. My compass needle spun faster, dizzy with disorientation, until I tore it from my strap and hurled it aside. When I reached the tree line, the forest closed around me like a door slamming shut. The chanting cut off instantly. Silence reigned, deep and absolute. I collapsed against a tree, lungs clawing for air, sweat soaking the back of my shirt despite the chill. The ruins lay quiet behind me, shrouded once more in shadow, but the silence was not empty. The stream below still ran, the leaves still shifted under the weight of night. Yet threaded through it all was something else, a whisper, faint, but unmistakable, weaving itself between the sounds of the forest. It carried words I could not quite grasp, but I knew they were meant for me. I stayed there until dawn broke, trembling in the half-light, watching as the mist rose off the hollow. The town seemed different in daylight, less menacing, its ruins simply ruin. But I knew better. I had heard the voices. I had seen the shadows. And I understood, though I could not yet admit it fully, that they had seen me too. I did not sleep after that night. Even when dawn arrived and the forest filled with the ordinary chorus of birds and insects, my body refused to loosen. Every rustle felt weighted, every call a mimicry. My eyes burned with exhaustion. Yet closing them only brought back the candlelit void, the teeth within the shadow, the chorus of not quite human voices weaving themselves into coyote song. I forced myself to move. Sitting still meant listening, and listening meant I might hear them again. So I gathered my things with clumsy hands, breaking down the camp as though routine could make the night vanish into memory. My compass lay somewhere in the ruins. I had hurled it without thinking, as though it were complicit. Without it, I would rely on the sun and landmarks, old methods drilled into me long before technology made them unnecessary. I set out toward the east, intending to put as much distance as possible between myself and that hollow. But the forest had grown sly overnight. Paths that should have carried me along ridgelines dipped unexpectedly, spilling me into gullies I didn't recall crossing before. The trees leaned differently, crowding close, their trunks blackened as if fire had licked them decades ago. I marked my passage with cuts of my knife on bark, a habit from long ago. Yet when I doubled back once to test myself, I found no marks at all. By noon, sweat drenched me despite the chill. My legs ached, and I had eaten nothing since the beans of the night before. I stopped only when I stumbled upon an old stone wall, broken in sections, running crooked through the undergrowth. The stones were rough, hand-placed, the kind of wall farmers built when they cleared land. But there were no fields here, no open ground. The wall disappeared into thickets in either direction, senseless in its persistence. As I sat with my back against it, drinking water and forcing a handful of jerky down, I realized the whisper had returned. It came faintly at first, threading between gusts of wind, rising in moments of stillness. My name, I thought. Always my name. Rowan, drawn out like a sigh, the vowels bending into howl. I snapped upright, searching, but the forest held nothing. My skin itched as though unseen eyes pressed into it. I packed quickly and walked on. By late afternoon, the wall had guided me back toward the town. I knew it even before I saw the rooftops, jutting from the hollow ahead. The air had that same metallic tang, faint but growing stronger, and the birdsong cut off without reason. My stomach dropped. I had not meant to circle back, yet here I was, standing once more above the ruins. I considered running the opposite way, choosing any direction at random. But exhaustion had frayed my logic thin, and a strange pull had taken root in me. It was easier to descend again than to fight the lure. My feet moved as though by memory. The town looked more skeletal in daylight. Roof beams jutted like ribs. Porches sagged, steps broken into splinters. The church loomed tallest, its doors shut now. The faintest soot like smear, darkening the wood where light had once spilled. I felt the urge to touch it, to prove it was solid. My hand trembled as I pressed my palm flat against the grain. Cold blood into me instantly, a deep cold that numbed my skin. Inside, it was dark, yet not empty. I caught the scent of wax and earth, the damp musk of something long sealed. The pews lay in rows, some collapsed, others upright. On one, a coyote's skull rested, bleached and cracked, jaw propped open as if mid-howl. Candles burned low, guttered in clay dishes along the altar. Their flames bent away from me, as if repelled. The chanting had not begun again, not yet. But I knew it would. My ears strained, half desperate, half terrified, waiting for the first note to fall. Instead, I heard shuffling behind me. I spun, heart clenching, but the doorway was empty. Only the pale daylight leaned across the floorboards. Yet in the corner pew, one I had not looked at closely before, a figure sat slouched. At first I thought it was a trick of shape. Coats piled, shadows bent oddly. Then it shifted. A head lifted. Eyes opened. They were not eyes like mine, but glassy, like stone polished smooth. A mouth hung slack, and from it came a rasp, low and broken, a sound not yet word. I could not move. My body had gone rigid, every nerve sparking. The figure's head tilted, jerking slightly, as if pulled by strings. Its lips moved, shaping syllables without sound. And then the sound arrived. A whisper not from its throat, but from the air between us, Rowan. That snapped me loose. I stumbled backward, colliding with a pew, nearly falling. The figure did not rise. It only swayed gently, its lips still moving, its stone, glass eyes never leaving mine. I fled the church. Outside, the sky had thickened with cloud, dimming the hollow into premature dusk. I ran down the road, my breath tearing ragged, until my legs buckled, and I collapsed beside the broken store. My chest heaved, throat raw, ears ringing with the memory of that whisper. I do not remember how long I sat there. Long enough for dark to fold itself around the ruins again. Long enough for the first coyotes to call from the hills. Their howls cracked the silence, high and shrill, answering one another from ridge to ridge. Relief stirred in me briefly, real animals at last. But then I heard the split. Within the chorus, voices braided. Some sharp with wild hunger, others lower, syllables carrying weight. Words I could almost understand. They chanted in rhythm with the howls, language cloaked in animal sound. It swelled, building, pressing down on me from all sides. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The sound lived inside my skull now, rattling bone, vibrating teeth. My eyes blurred. My knees struck stone as I folded forward, trying to crush myself small enough to escape. And then silence. So sudden it hurt. My ears rang with the absence. My breath scraped ragged. Slowly, I lifted my head. They stood along the road. Figures, human in outline. Shadows in form. A dozen at least, maybe more. Their shapes wavered like smoke held in windless air. Each faced me directly, though none bore a face. Only voids where features should be, teeth glimmering faintly within. I rose unsteadily, legs weak. None advanced. They simply waited. "What do you want?" The words clawed out of me without thought. My voice cracked harsh. A single answer came. From every throat, from the soil, from the air itself you came. My vision warped. The road seemed to tilt, the houses bowing inward. The sky sinking. I staggered, clutching at my pack. And then I ran again, though to where I cannot say. My legs moved without direction, carrying me through streets that bent and folded into themselves. Each turn led to another row of houses, another stretch of wall. The town had become a maze, endless. At last I burst into a square I did not remember seeing before. At its center yawned a well, stone, ringed, moss creeping over its lip. The chanting swelled again, rising from its depths, echoing upward like 1,000 throats, singing from beneath the earth. The shadows ringed the square now, lining every edge. I staggered to the well and peered down. Darkness swallowed everything, yet the voices poured up like smoke. My name again and again, breaking into chant. Rowan. Rowan, hands closed on my shoulders. Not physical, not flesh, but weight all the same. They pressed me forward, urging me toward the well. My knees bent unwillingly, body folding, head leaning toward the void. I screamed. The sound tore out raw, shattering into the chant. For a heartbeat, the voices broke, scattering like startled birds. The weight eased. I stumbled back, gasping, slamming against the stones of the square. The shadows held still. The chanting hushed. And from the well, a different voice rose, singular, strong. "Come down." It was neither coyote nor human, their whisper nor chant. It was command. The syllables struck deep in my chest, vibrating my ribs. My vision dimmed. The edges of the world narrowed, closing around that single voice. I turned and ran again. Not by choice, but by some last fragment of instinct clawing upward from survival. I crashed through alleys, tore past door frames, leaped over collapsed beams. The ruins twisted, but this time I found the trees. I broke through into forest once more, branches lashing my arms, roots clawing at my boots. I did not stop until my body gave out. When I collapsed, it was on damp soil, miles, or minutes, I could not tell, beyond the town. I lay gasping, throat shredded, hands trembling so violently I could not unstrap my pack. The chanting had faded. The forest was silent again, unnaturally so. My eyes burned with tears, not from emotion, but from raw exhaustion. I curled on the ground, waiting for dawn to rise again. But dawn did not come. Hours passed. The darkness did not lift. I checked the horizon again and again, certain light must be rising, but the sky remained sealed. My watch had stopped. The second hand ticked once, then stuttered, then froze. The forest had trapped me. or the ruins had reached further than I thought. Either way, I understood with a clarity sharper than fear, I had not escaped. The hours of darkness stacked upon each other, until time itself felt like a trick. I lay there in the damp soil, listening to the stillness of the forest, waiting for the first pale wash of morning. But the horizon never shifted. The black canopy overhead remained constant, a lid clamped shut against the idea of dawn. My chest tightened with a realization I could not reject. Whatever rhythm of night and day I had trusted all my life had ceased to matter here. I rose finally, muscles stiff, mouth dry as though I had swallowed dust. Every part of me screamed for rest, yet staying still meant waiting for something to find me. I began to walk, picking a direction with no compass, no sun. My boots dragged against soil and roots, my pack hung heavy. I counted my steps for a while, whispering numbers under my breath to tether myself to reason. When I reached 2,000, I lost count. The forest was wrong in small, quiet ways. Trees stood in patterns that seemed familiar, then bent subtly when I looked away. Paths circled without circling, bringing me back to stones I had passed earlier, though I swore I had gone straight. At one point I came upon the same stone wall as before, the farmer's wall, and realized I had been moving in loops. My throat tightened with panic, but panic did nothing. I forced my breath steady and pressed forward again. Hours, or what should have been hours, slipped by before I heard the first howl. Thin, piercing, it cut through the stillness. I froze. Another howl answered from the left, then another from behind. Soon a chorus surrounded me, coyotes filling the night with their fractured voices. Relief tried to rise in me. Real animals, perhaps, but it faltered quickly. Beneath the howls lay rhythm. Words bent into the cries. Syllables stretched and twisted, chanting carried on animal throats. I broke into a run. Branches lashed my arms, tore my clothes. The voices followed, weaving between trunks, always behind me no matter which direction I turned. Then the trees broke, and I stumbled into open space. The town. I dropped to my knees, laughter bubbling from me, broken and desperate. I had tried so hard to leave, and yet the ruins waited, patient, inevitable. The houses slouched as before, the church loomed. The square yawned wide with its moss, covered well at the center. My breath came ragged, my chest burning, but I forced myself upright. If there was no leaving, then the only path was deeper. I walked the road into the hollow. The shadows had not yet emerged, but I felt them pressing against the air. Waiting. The church doors hung ajar again, light flickering faintly within. My hands shook as I pushed them open and stepped inside. The pews were filled. Figures sat upright in every row, their bodies human in outline, their faces voids. Teeth glimmered faintly in the dark hollows where mouths should be. Their heads turned toward me in unison, the sound of wood creaking beneath their motion. My stomach clenched, and I nearly turned and fled. But one figure rose, stepping into the aisle. Its shape was taller, broader than the rest, its void, face wider, teeth gleaming brighter. When it spoke, the voice carried both chant and howl. You came. The words struck like a hammer inside my skull. I staggered, vision blurring, ears ringing. The others began to chant, voices rising into rhythm, syllables folding into one another. The walls trembled with the vibration. I clutched at my chest, gasping. What do you want from me? My voice cracked, shredded by fear. The tall figure stepped closer, its outline shimmering as though barely tethered to shape. We want what you followed. It gestured toward me with a hand that bent wrong, fingers jointed too many times. My body tensed. I had followed the howls, yes. I had crossed the threshold willingly, and now they claimed me for it. The chant grew louder. The pews shook. Candlelight bent into twisted spires, stretching toward the ceiling beams. My vision narrowed until all I saw was the tall figures' teeth. They opened, revealing darkness deeper than any mouth should hold. And from that darkness came the coyote's chorus, layered and endless, human and animal voices woven until they were one. I stumbled backward. My boot caught on the edge of a pew, and I fell striking hard against the boards. My head rang. For a moment the chanting faltered, a ripple through the congregation. Then it resumed stronger. I crawled toward the door, dragging myself with trembling arms. The tall figure did not move to stop me. None of them did. They only chanted, their rhythm drilling into my bones. I shoved through the doorway and spilled onto the road outside. The air felt no different. Thick, metallic, heavy with pressure. But above me the sky rippled, as though the black itself was breathing. I ran again, not toward the forest, but toward the square. The well waited there, stone rim glistening with damp. As I approached, the chanting shifted, rising into urgency. Shadows spilled from doorways, figures pouring into the road, but they did not touch me. They formed a ring around the square, teeth gleaming in every void face. The well pulsed with sound. From its depths rose a single voice, commanding, the same voice I had heard before. Come down. I leaned over the edge. Darkness stretched without end, yet I felt it watching me. I could almost see shapes moving below, outlines of teeth and eyes drifting upward like smoke. My knees weakened, my body yearning forward. I fought it, dragging myself back. But as I did, something caught my wrist. Not a hand, there was no flesh, but pressure, undeniable, pulling me. I screamed and twisted, yanking free. My skin burned where it had touched me, marked though nothing visible remained. The figures swayed around me, chanting louder, teeth glimmering brighter. I pressed my back to the stones of the well, heart pounding. If they wanted me inside, if everything pulled toward that void, then stepping back meant ending. But resisting meant what? Wandering endless forests that led always here. A darkness without dawn. The choice was no choice at all. I closed my eyes. For a moment I thought of the stream where I had camped. The ordinary sound of water, the taste of beans and rice cooked over a fire. A small, fragile world. Then I leaned forward and let myself fall. The air swallowed me whole. My stomach lurched, the chanting collapsing into a single note that split my skull. Darkness pressed against my eyes, my skin, my teeth. I fell without end, time unraveling around me. My throat tore open in a scream, but no sound left me. Then, impact. Not stone, not water, something softer, something alive. I landed in a nest of fur and teeth, bodies shifting beneath me. Coyotes. Dozens, maybe hundreds, writhing together in the dark. Their eyes glowed faint, reflecting no light, only hunger. Their mouths opened in unison, voices spilling out. Not howls. Rowan. You came. They surged over me, fur against my skin, teeth grazing, claws pressing. I fought, but every movement only pulled me deeper into them. My body twisted, stretched, joints bending wrong. My throat opened, and a sound burst free. Not a scream, but a howl layered with syllables. Chanting. The world tilted. My vision fractured. I saw not the well, but the square above the town, the forest. I saw myself from outside, standing among the shadows, teeth glimmering in my own void face. The chant continued, endless, folding back into itself. I do not know if I am still falling, or if I am one of them now, standing in the rows of pews, swaying in rhythm. I do not know if dawn will ever come, or if the sun has abandoned this place entirely. What I do know is this: I followed the coyotes into the ruins, and the voices welcomed me. I became part of the song. And when you hear the howls in the hills, when they bend too human, when the rhythm pricks at your ears, you will follow too. And then it will be your name in the chant. My name is Sable Cross, and though it may sound strange to introduce myself with such formality, I believe it is necessary, for what follows is not merely a story, but a record of events I cannot explain and dare not dismiss. My given name is Sable, my family name Cross, and I speak now in the hope that the weight of truth will not be mistaken for the embroidery of imagination. I am 32 years of age, an archivist by trade, and I have always been drawn to ruins, forgotten architecture, and places where history seems reluctant to release its grip. It was this fascination that led me to the abandoned town where the clock tower stands. I wish now that I had resisted the temptation, that I had not set foot in that place at all, for my curiosity demanded payment in a currency I never imagined existed. The town itself lies in the folds of a valley, not marked on common maps, a place once thriving with miners, merchants, and settlers who carved their livelihoods from the stubborn mountain soil. By the time I arrived, the houses sagged like wary elders, roofs punctured by decades of weather, windows broken, doors gaping like mouths too tired to close. Streets were overgrown with weeds. Fences had collapsed into the earth, and yet a strange symmetry held the place together, as if the town had been abandoned all at once. Not slowly forgotten, but rather erased in a single sweep of history. And at the center of it all rose the clock tower. It loomed above every other structure, its spire stabbing the gray sky. Built of brick and timber, its frame had endured, though vines clung to its sides and the wooden beams blackened with age. There was no clock face, only a blank circle, a void where once gears and hands had kept order over lives below. But what chilled me most was not the hollow face of the tower. It was the bell. I had been warned by an old man in the nearest town, a place 20 miles west. He sold me fuel and dried food, and when I asked about the valley, his expression shuddered. "Best you don't go there," he said. "Some places hold on to things too tightly. The tower, it rings, though it has no keeper. Folks hear it when they think of leaving, and many never do." He spoke as though sharing rumor, but there was fear behind his eyes, a fear too raw to be dismissed. I told myself it was superstition, a relic of folklore. I told myself I had walked through Gouten settlements, and that this would be no different. I packed my rucksack, slung my lantern across my shoulder, and entered the valley with a mixture of anticipation and defiance. The first day passed in quiet exploration. I traced the outlines of homes, stepped carefully over boards warped with rot, and found myself cataloging the remnants of lives: rusted cutlery, shattered porcelain, shoes curled with age. But no object spoke as loudly as the tower itself. Its doors were still closed. 2 iron slabs marked with the sigil of a sun. Though corroded, the hinges held. I felt an impulse, almost compulsion, to step inside. I did so at dusk. The air within was colder than outside, damp with a faint metallic taste. My lantern revealed spiraling stairs ascending into darkness, wooden steps bound by iron rails. Dust fell in motes when I touched the banister, and somewhere above, the rafters creaked as if acknowledging me. The higher I climbed, the heavier my chest grew, not with exertion, but with an inexplicable pressure, as though the very air resisted my presence. When I reached the first landing, I paused to breathe. That was when I realized the tower had no mechanism. The gears, the pendulum, the ropes, all absent. It was hollow, a shell. The space where the great wheel should have nothing but emptiness. Yet the silence was not complete. There was a hum, low and constant, like the drone of distant bees, though no insect stirred the air. I continued upward, my steps echoing, and reached the belfry. The bell was there. It hung massive and dark, suspended from beams that looked too brittle to hold its weight. The clapper rested still inside, and the surface was etched with symbols I could not decipher. Spirals, lines intersecting at odd angles, markings that reminded me less of human craft and more of something older, more alien. The sight of it should have stirred awe, but instead it stirred dread. For as I studied its surface, the hum grew louder, and I became aware that my own thoughts were slowing, caught in its rhythm. I do not know how long I stood there. Minutes, perhaps hours. I might have stood there all night had I not thought of leaving. The moment that thought crossed my mind, the simple, fleeting notion of turning back, of descending the stairs. The bell rang. It rang without motion. The clapper did not swing, and yet the sound reverberated through the wood, through my bones, through the marrow of thought itself. It was not a metallic clang, but a resonance, a toll that seemed to emerge from inside me. I dropped my lantern, and its flame guttered on the floor, throwing shadows that bent in impossible ways across the rafters. I fled down the stairs, each step echoing with the toll. But when I burst through the doors into the night, the sound ceased. The valley was silent, except for the pounding of my own heart. I should have left then. Truly, I should have. But curiosity, that old companion of mine, tethered me to the place. I told myself the sound was some trick of acoustics, the hum of wind in the beams, the hallucination of fatigue. I built a small camp near the square, convinced I would prove my own nerves wrong by morning light. That night, however, sleep did not come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the bell swaying though it had not moved. I heard the echo of its toll in my chest. I turned over in my blanket, staring up at the black outline of the tower against the stars. And I wondered, if the bell rang when I thought of leaving, what would happen if I tried? Dawn broke pale and muted. Mist clung to the valley floor, and the town looked less like ruins and more like a painting washed of color. I packed my bag. My hands shook, though I told myself it was only the morning chill. I shouldered my pack and took 3 steps down the weed-choked road. The bell rang again. I froze. My ears swore it came from above, yet the air itself vibrated, as if the sound had no source. My knees nearly buckled beneath the force of it. I whispered aloud that I was imagining things. And then, foolishly, I spoke. I'm leaving. The bell answered. Not once, not twice, 13 times. Each toll rolled through me, each one heavier, until I thought my skull might crack beneath the weight of sound. I dropped to my knees in the dirt, covering my ears, but it was no use. The sound came from within, not without. When at last it ceased, I found myself back at the base of the tower. My pack was gone. My footprints behind me had vanished, swallowed by earth or by something less natural. The doors to the tower stood ajar, though I knew I had shut them tightly, The darkness within seemed to beckon. I want to say I resisted. I want to say I turned my back, ran until my legs gave out, and never looked behind me. But that is not the truth. The truth is that the tower pulled me in, not with rope or chain, but with the weight of inevitability. I stepped inside because I had already been chosen. And as the doors shut behind me, the hum began again, louder than before, resonating, not just in the walls but in my very thoughts, shaping them into questions I feared to ask. What toll was the bell keeping? What hour did it measure, if not the hours of man? And what price would I pay for daring to climb? I pressed my hand against the wooden rail of the staircase, and though it was solid beneath my touch, I swear it pulsed once, like the beat of a heart. That was when I understood the tower was alive, and it had noticed me. The realization that the tower was alive settled into me like cold iron. It wasn't a thought that arrived with logic, but something deeper, instinctive, undeniable. The hum reverberating through the beams wasn't machinery. It was breath, slow and ancient, resonating from marrow to marrow, as though the structure had a pulse of its own. I clutched the rail tighter, my knuckles white in the dim light. For a moment, I nearly convinced myself to descend, to pry open those iron doors and flee into the mist outside. But when I looked back, the doors were no longer visible. The stairwell stretched both ways, infinite, as though the tower had reconfigured itself to erase any possibility of exit. I told myself it was darkness playing tricks. I told myself fear was the architect of illusions. Yet even as I said it, the air pressed heavier around me, dense as water, slowing every breath. I began to climb, not because I wanted to, but because something urged me upward, as if my will had been folded into another's command. Each step groaned beneath my boots, but the wood did not break. Dust rose in clouds and clung to my throat, though I never coughed. The higher I climbed, the more the hum shaped itself into tones. Not words exactly, but something that resembled language. Syllables curling in my ears like whispers half heard in a dream. By the second landing, I noticed changes. The walls bore carvings. Not random scratches, but deliberate inscriptions. Spirals intersecting with jagged lines, concentric circles like eyes staring outward. Sigils I had glimpsed on the bell itself. My lantern flame bent strangely whenever I passed them, as though the markings sucked at the light. I traced one with my fingertip against my better judgment, and the wood beneath was warm. No, hot, like skin fevered. I yanked my hand back, my palm stinging, and pressed on. The whispers grew clearer. They did not speak English, nor any tongue I recognized, but I understood them in the marrow of my comprehension. They weren't addressing each other, they were addressing me. Demanding, accusing, asking why I had entered, why I thought I could leave. My name, my full name, slid between their syllables, spoken in tones that were neither kind nor cruel, but judicial. At one point I stopped, heart hammering. "Who are you?" I whispered. My voice sounded small against the weight of theirs. Silence followed. For 3 breaths, I thought they were gone. Then the bell tolled once. It didn't clang like a struck metal shell. It resonated through the hollow, a ripple in the walls themselves. And I swear the markings around me shifted, rearranging in the flicker of lantern light, spirals opening, lines closing. As if they had been listening and decided to answer in their own script. I hurried upward. The stairs bent inward now, tilting slightly, as though I were climbing a spine rather than architecture. The banister thrummed when I touched it. vibrating like the string of a bowed instrument. And then, without warning, I stumbled onto a landing that was not part of the tower I had entered. A door stood there. It was not iron nor wood, but glass, frosted, etched with a clock face. Yet the clock face bore no hands, no numbers, only a circle, infinite and blank. I leaned close, and my own reflection stared back, blurred. Except the reflection did not mimic my movements. When I raised my hand, it stayed still. When I turned my head, it tilted opposite. My throat tightened, and I stepped back. But the reflection pressed closer against the glass, palms flattening, as if eager to push through. For one harrowing moment, I thought it would. The hum deepened. The whispers returned. They did not come from behind me, or above, but from the reflection itself. Its mouth opened. No sound left it, yet my mind was filled with tones, and I understood one phrase as clear as daylight. You belong to the hour. I staggered away from the door, nearly toppling backward down the steps. But the stairwell no longer led down. It curved upward only, vanishing into darkness. So I climbed. I don't know how long I walked. Minutes dissolved into hours, hours into a timeless haze. Hunger did not gnaw at me. Thirst did not rise in my throat. The air itself sustained me, though it was thick with that metallic tang, like blood on the tongue. My legs should have burned, yet they moved steady, as if the tower carried me within itself. Finally, I emerged once more into the belfry. But it wasn't the same place I had seen before. The bell still hung, its etchings glowing faintly with phosphorescent sheen. But the space around it had grown vast. It was as though the tower had expanded from the inside, a cavernous chamber with rafters disappearing into mist above. The floor tiled in black stone rather than wood. My lantern sputtered, then died, though the glow from the bell sufficed to reveal the impossible geometry around me. The hum swelled, and the bell began to swing. Slowly at first, like the breath of a sleeper, then faster, though no rope pulled it. The clapper struck, and this time the sound was not inside my mind. It thundered through the chamber, a deafening peal that sent shards of dust raining from the beams. I covered my ears, but it was useless. The toll passed through flesh and bone, rattling my thoughts until I feared they would spill from me, like coins from a broken purse. The ground shifted. Tiles moved beneath my boots, rearranging themselves into shapes, into letters. I watched in horror as words formed at my feet, written in that same alien script, though my mind twisted them into English against my will. Remain, remain, remain. I stumbled backward, but the words followed, spreading across the floor like ink bleeding through cloth. I spun toward the stairs. Gone. There was no stairwell anymore, only blank wall. The whispers surged. They were everywhere, overlapping, 1,000 voices all demanding at once. Some coaxed, some threatened, but all spoke the same truth: I had no exit. I fell to my knees, clutching my head. Why me? I cried, voice breaking. Why hold me here? The bell answered. Not in sound, but in vision. The glow from its surface brightened until the chamber drowned in light. And within that light, I saw them. Not figures exactly, but impressions. Shadows of people long dead, layered on one another like palimpsests of centuries. Their faces blurred, yet I felt their eyes on me. I understood without words that they were the others who had heard the bell. Those who had thought of leaving. Those who never had. Their mouths opened. The toll erupted again. This time, I saw what the sound meant. Each strike of the bell tethered another soul to the tower, binding it tighter, winding them into the great mechanism that had no gears, no hands, but fed on thought and will itself. The hour it kept was not measured in minutes. It was measured in departures denied, in freedom refused. And I was next. I tried to scream, but my throat closed. I tried to run, but the floor rippled beneath me, dragging me closer to the bell. Its glow grew unbearable, burning my vision white. My reflection appeared again, hovering in the light, its smile warped and hollow. It beckoned with one hand. I fell forward, inches from the base of the bell. The heat of it seared my skin, yet I could not pull back. The whispers blended into a single command, a single judgment that pressed into the marrow of my bones. Stay. I do not know what force gave me the strength to resist, but I thrust my hands against the black tiles, pushing myself back with every ounce of will. My nails tore, blood smearing across the floor, but the effort broke the tether for a moment. I staggered to my feet, chest heaving, and shouted into the glow, "I will not stay!" The chamber shook. The bell froze mid-swing. The glow flickered, dimmed. For the first time, silence reigned. The whispers receded, replaced by a sound more terrible, laughter. Not joyous, not mocking, but patient. It echoed around me like the grinding of stone, ancient and certain. The tiles beneath me parted. A fissure opened, revealing the spiral stair again, but this time descending downward into depths blacker than any night. I knew instinct told me not to enter, and yet the alternative was to remain in the chamber, to wait for the bell to resume its swing. So I stepped into the fissure. The air there was colder, the hum deeper, the darkness thicker than ink. Each step downward carried me farther from the world I knew, and yet I could not stop. It was as if the tower, alive and endless, had drawn me into its body, digesting me into some place beneath time itself. And as the stair swallowed me, the bell tolled once more. This time, the sound followed me down, echoing in the dark, each strike reminding me that escape was no longer measured in miles or doors. It was measured in hours, and my hour was running out. The stairwell narrowed as I descended, spiraling deeper, until the steps themselves seemed to grow thinner, sharper, as though they had been carved from bone rather than stone. My hand clung to the rail, though it no longer felt like wood or iron. It pulsed faintly beneath my palm, warm and slick, as though I were gripping the vein of some vast creature. I knew by then that I was not in a building anymore. I was inside something far older, something that wore the disguise of architecture, only to lure the curious into its body. The air was heavy, thick enough that each breath scraped my throat. Yet I could not stop breathing it. It fed me, sustained me, though it filled my chest with dread. And always, always the toll followed. Not constant, but deliberate. One strike, long silence. Another, when I dared to imagine freedom. It was as if the bell tolled not at random, but in response to thought itself, mocking my desire to escape by sounding each time it crossed my mind. The stair ended at a landing with no door, no walls, only an opening into vast darkness. My lantern had long since guttered out, but my eyes adjusted in a way they should not have. Shapes emerged from the gloom. At first I thought they were statues, dozens of them arranged in circles around the chamber. But as I stepped closer, I realized they were people, or what had once been people. Their bodies were gray and translucent, like wax melted into near human forms. Their eyes were open, staring not outward but upward, toward the unseen bell above. Their mouths hung slack, yet the whispers came from them, every one of them speaking in unison, words I half understood and half feared to. Some were miners in tattered clothes, others townsfolk in dresses, boots, coats from centuries past. They were every generation that had ever stumbled into this valley, captured and bound in a state that was neither life nor death. One stood out among them. At the center of the circle, a figure knelt. Unlike the others, its body had not blurred into wax, but remained sharp, skeletal. A man in a tattered coat, his ribs jutting through his skin, his face half erased by time. Yet his eyes burned with something more than despair. They burned with knowledge. When I stepped forward, those eyes turned to me. His mouth opened, and though no breath moved his chest, his voice carried like the bell itself. "You heard it," he said. His tone was not question but condemnation. "You thought of leaving." I staggered back, shaking my head. "I don't belong here. I didn't choose this." His grin stretched across his ruined face. "All who think of leaving choose. The tower offers nothing. It only keeps. We are the hours, wound tight, unspooling without end." The others murmured in agreement, a chorus of voices blending into one. Their whispers coiled around me like chains. "Remain, remain, remain." I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound lived inside me. My skull vibrated with it, my heartbeat falling into rhythm. For a moment, I felt myself drifting, as if my thoughts were no longer mine, but the towers. The skeletal man reached out a hand. His fingers were long, brittle, yet his grip strong as iron when he seized my wrist. Heat surged through his touch, and I saw visions not my own, flashes of the valley as it once was, bustling with life. The bell tolling at noon to call miners home. But then the bell changed. Its sound deepened, warped, and every villager turned their face upward, eyes wide as though transfixed. Time stopped in that moment. They never moved again. The vision shattered. "You see," he hissed, "there is no leaving. You are the hour that follows us." Another mark upon the circle. I tore my arm free, skin seared where he touched. "No, I won't accept that." The circle of figures stirred. For the first time, they moved, rising to their feet, wax bodies bending unnaturally. Their eyes all fixed on me, mouths stretching wider, their whispers rising into a roar. The skeletal man stood with them, his voice the loudest of all. "The bell has chosen," he cried. "Stay!" I bolted. There was nowhere to run but deeper. Down another stair revealed at the far end of the chamber. The figures lurched after me, their feet dragging, their bodies grotesquely flexible. They did not move fast, but the sound of their whispers filled every passage, ricocheting from the walls until I could not tell if they were behind me or inside me. The stair plunged sharply, winding faster, tighter, until I nearly lost my footing. My hand slid on the rail, which now beat like a racing pulse. I burst into another chamber, smaller, domed, with a pool of black liquid at its center. The liquid rippled though no wind touched it. Its surface reflected not the chamber, but the tower above, the bell swinging violently, though I was far below it now. I saw myself reflected in that surface, standing beneath the bell, my face pale, my eyes hollow. My reflection mouthed words, and though I could not hear them, I knew what they said: "Stay." I backed away, but the chamber offered no exit. The stair had vanished, swallowed by the wall. Behind me, the whispers closed in, the figures gathering at the threshold. Their faces glowed faintly now, lit by the reflection of the bell in the pool, as if they fed on its light. The skeletal man stepped forward again, his hand extended, commanding rather than offering. "The hour is yours," he intoned. "Take it. become part of the circle. I shook my head wildly, chest heaving. I won't. You already have, he said. The pool surged. A wave of black liquid rose, twisting into a column that reached for me. Within it I saw faces, hundreds of them, mouths screaming silently, eyes wide with terror. They were the souls bound here, dragged into the tower's hourglass. The column wrapped around my legs, cold as ice yet burning where it touched. I screamed, struggling, clawing at the stone floor. The bell tolled above. The sound tore through me. My vision blurred, ears ringing, chest convulsing as though my heartbeat was being rewound. The faces in the column screamed louder, though no sound left them. The skeletal man raised his arms high, exultant. Another joins the hour. Something inside me snapped then, not bone, but will. Rage flared, raw and desperate. I seized the only weapon at hand, the lantern I had dropped earlier, somehow lying intact at the chamber's edge. I hurled it into the pool. The glass shattered. Flame burst across the surface. For the first time, the figures recoiled. The whispers turned to shrieks, discordant, furious. The black column writhed, releasing me as the fire spread, devouring the surface in unnatural light. The skeletal man howled, his face melting like wax, his body collapsing into the pool. The others followed, drawn screaming into the blaze. The bell tolled again. Once, twice, 3 times. But this time the sound cracked. It was not pure but fractured, broken. Dust rained from above, the walls shuddering, the pulse of the tower stuttering. The chamber shook apart. Stone split, the dome collapsing inward. I ran, though there was no visible exit. The wall ahead fractured, opening into blinding light. Without hesitation, I dove through. I landed hard, gasping, on grass. When I raised my head, the valley lay before me. The ruins stood silent in the dawn. The tower loomed still, but its spire sagged, its walls cracked, smoke drifting faintly from its windows. The hum was gone. No toll followed my thoughts. For the first time since entering, I felt air in my lungs that was truly my own. I staggered to my feet, every muscle aching. My hands were bloodied, nails torn, skin seared. My rucksack lay nearby, as though it had never vanished. For one long moment, I simply stared at the tower. It stared back. The blank circle where the clock face should have been glared at me like an eye. And though no bell sounded, I felt something deep in my chest. Not a hum, not a toll, but a promise. The tower had not ended. It had only been wounded. I turned and walked away. Each step was agony. But I forced myself onward, through the weeds, past the ruined homes, toward the misty edge of the valley. I did not look back, not until the ridge swallowed the tower from sight. Even now, as I write this, I hear silence, and yet I know the truth. The bell is not gone. It waits. It waits for me to think of leaving again. And when I do, it will ring. My name is Adrian Locke, and I have always been drawn to places where silence lingers longer than it should. Places abandoned by people but not by memory. I suppose that is the nature of curiosity. To step beyond the safety of ordinary explanations, in search of something that does not sit quietly in the back of your mind. I am not a historian, nor a thrill seeker by profession. I am, at best, an ordinary man with an unfortunate habit of following whispers down unlit roads. Perhaps that is why I came to the mountains that summer, to a place spoken of rarely and usually in lowered tones, where an entire town was left behind without reason, its name fading from maps but never from rumor. The abandoned town had once been called Ashwood. It lay hidden between 2 ridges. reachable only by a trail that had been closed decades earlier, after a series of unexplained disappearances. Most locals claimed the place was cursed, though no one could agree on the details of that curse. Some said the mines beneath the town had been dug too deep, releasing gases that caused hallucinations. Others believed the people of Ashwood had turned on one another, leaving blood in the streets until the government stepped in and erased the town from its records. There were still older stories, too. Those that spoke of bells ringing where no steeple stood, or of figures appearing in the windows of houses long collapsed. I did not come alone. My closest companion on such journeys was a man named Simon Hargrove, a journalist whose career had withered after he became obsessed with mysteries no newspaper would publish. He was my friend because we both sought things others dismissed. He brought his camera, his notebooks, and his cigarette habit. I brought maps, a lantern, and the confidence of someone who had not yet learned to fear every shadow. Together, we left the nearest town before dawn, following a trail the forest had already begun to swallow. The hike was harder than I expected. Roots coiled across the path like veins, and the air thickened the higher we climbed. Hours passed before we saw the first sign that Ashwood had ever existed. A rusted signpost leaning in the dirt, its paint peeled away until only faint impressions of letters remained. From there, the trail widened into what might once have been a road, lined with skeletal remains of telephone poles that stood like sentinels against the shifting sky. It was strange. Though the forest was alive with birdsong around us, the moment we stepped onto that road, the sound began to fade, as if the trees themselves were listening. Ashwood revealed itself all at once. We crested a hill and saw the remains of the town below. Rows of collapsed rooftops, windows blackened with time, streets buckled by roots pushing through the stone. The air was still. A line of chimneys rose from the ruins like grave markers, and at the far end of the main street stood the shadow of a church whose steeple was long gone, leaving only a jagged frame against the horizon. Simon muttered something under his breath, perhaps a prayer, perhaps a curse, and began photographing immediately. I simply stared, struck by the quiet enormity of it. Entire lives had been lived here, and now the place was reduced to a hollow skeleton. I felt the urge to call out, to let my voice bounce through the streets, but something in me resisted. Instead, we descended slowly, entering the town as if stepping onto sacred ground. The first building we explored was what had once been a general store. The roof had caved in, but shelves still lined the walls, some holding rusted cans and broken glass. A ledger lay open on the counter, its ink blurred into illegibility by rain. I touched the paper and found it strangely cold, as if it had been lying in frost rather than dust. Simon snapped photos but seemed distracted. He gestured toward the ceiling and asked if I had heard the same thing. He had. A faint sound like footsteps crossing wood above us. I reminded him the second floor was gone, reduced to rubble. He didn't answer, only lit another cigarette and exhaled slowly, as though smoke might chase away the thought. We moved from house to house, each one bearing the same marks of abandonment. Chairs sat overturned, doors leaned on broken hinges, and wallpaper peeled in ragged curls. Yet in several homes, we noticed something unsettling. Mirrors still hung on the walls, untouched by time, their glass neither cracked nor coated in grime. When I stood before one, my reflection stared back as expected. But Simon swore he saw something else. He described, haltingly, the image of a woman standing behind me, her face pale and indistinct, her hands raised as if to push me forward. I turned sharply, but the room was empty. By late afternoon, we reached the church. Its doors were warped, but with effort we forced them open. Inside, pews gathered dust in crooked rows, and sunlight filtered through fractured stained glass, casting broken colors across the floor. The altar was bare except for a single bell resting at its center. It was no larger than a handbell, yet its presence filled the room with unease. Simon raised his camera, but the moment he tried to capture it, the film jammed. He cursed and shook the device, insisting it had never failed him before. I reached for the bell, but a wave of dizziness struck me, and I pulled my hand back without touching it. We decided to camp that night in the square at the heart of town. It was foolish, perhaps, but the hike back through the woods would have taken hours, and neither of us wanted to risk navigating the trail in darkness. We pitched our tent beside a dry fountain, its stonework cracked by roots, and built a small fire from fallen branches. Simon scribbled in his notebook, muttering about patterns, about how each mirror we found seemed deliberately placed facing the front doors of the houses. I tried to ignore him, focusing instead on the simple tasks of boiling water and rationing our supplies. Yet as night thickened, I could not ignore the way the town seemed to gather closer around us, as though the darkness itself leaned in. Around midnight, the air grew heavy. The fire flickered lower though the wood was dry. I heard something then, a sound I cannot fully explain, the slow toll of a bell, low and distant, as though carried by wind. Simon froze, his pen dropping from his hand. We both looked toward the ruined church, its steeple nothing but jagged wood against the stars. The sound came again, unmistakable. One toll, then silence. Two tolls, then silence. We counted until 13, though there was no working bell in that town, nothing that should have rung at all. I told myself it was an echo, a trick of the mountains carrying sound from elsewhere. Yet when I turned, I saw Simon staring into the fountain beside us. Its basin, dry and cracked, now shimmered faintly as though filled with water that reflected no firelight. I leaned closer and saw movement in its depths, not of fish or insects, but of shadows swirling beneath an unseen surface. Faces emerged briefly, distorted and vanishing, their mouths open in silent cries. We staggered back, and I nearly toppled into the fire. The fountain was dry again, nothing but stone. Simon whispered that he wanted to leave immediately, but the woods at night felt no safer than the town. We agreed, reluctantly, to wait until dawn. Yet neither of us slept. The fire burned low, and in its glow I thought I saw shapes gathering at the edges of the square, pale outlines like townsfolk lingering, just out of reach. Each time I blinked they vanished, but each time I opened my eyes again, they seemed closer. The hours stretched thin. I found myself staring at the ruined windows around us, certain that if I looked away, I would see movement inside. Simon's cigarette glow bobbed in the dark as he paced, muttering about how no one had ever truly left this place. I could not argue. The silence had grown too absolute, and beneath it, I swore I heard whispers, low and steady, like voices reciting names I almost recognized. When the first pale light of dawn reached us, we packed quickly, abandoning the fire to its ashes. We did not speak much as we prepared, both of us too wary and too shaken to articulate what had transpired. Yet as we stepped back onto the main street, I paused. The air was different, lighter, freer. But something else caught my eye. On the door of the general store where we had entered the previous day, fresh words had been carved into the wood. The grooves were sharp, the letters uneven, as though scratched hurriedly with a knife. They formed my name, Adrian. Simon saw it too, and his face drained of color. He took a step back, clutching his camera, though it no longer worked. I touched the carving, hoping it might smear like chalk, but it was deep, undeniable. It had not been there yesterday. And then, faint and clear, the bell rang once more. We left the square without speaking, each step heavy as though the ground resisted our departure. The sun had risen, yet its light did little to warm the streets. Shadows clung to the buildings, long and stubborn, even as daylight spread. Simon walked ahead, his shoulders tense, his camera dangling uselessly from his neck. I kept glancing back toward the general store, toward the carved letters that spelled my name, fearing they might vanish as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving me to doubt my own memory. But they remained, etched deeply, a mark that felt less like graffiti and more like a claim. The trail leading out of town appeared no different than it had the day before, but walking it now felt altered. The silence pursued us, muffling our footfalls, until even the crunch of gravel seemed muted. I tried to focus on ordinary details, the way pine needles carpeted the ground, the way birds darted overhead, but my thoughts kept circling back to the bell. How had it rung? Where had the sound come from? More troubling still, why had it tolled 13 times, a number without meaning in any church I had ever known? We hiked for hours, though distance blurred. At one point Simon swore we had passed the same crooked telephone pole 3 times. I wanted to dismiss it as nerves, but I had noticed the same knot in its wood, the same broken crossbeam. It was as if the road itself bent, curving us back toward Ashwood, no matter how far we walked. When the sun was directly above us, we stopped to rest beside a mossy boulder. I drank from my canteen, trying to steady my breathing. Simon lit another cigarette, his hands shaking as he cupped the flame. "We're not leaving," he said at last. His voice was flat, resigned. I told him not to be absurd, that the trail was clear, that we only needed to keep moving. But even as I spoke, my confidence faltered. The forest was too still, the air too heavy. And when I looked ahead, I saw the faint outline of rooftops in the distance, precisely where the trail should have led deeper into the mountains. Ashwood was waiting. By the time we returned to the edge of the town, the sun was lowering. Neither of us had turned back intentionally, yet here we were, standing once more at the rusted signpost that marked its entrance. Simon cursed under his breath, hurling his cigarette to the dirt. I felt something colder, not anger, but the quiet certainty of inevitability. Whatever bound us here did not intend to release us so easily. We resolved to search again, not for escape this time, but for understanding. If the town wanted us here, then perhaps it held answers within its ruins. The idea was irrational, but it carried a strange logic that neither of us challenged. We returned to the square as dusk crept over the mountains, our footsteps echoing faintly, though the air was too thick for sound to travel so far. This time, we entered the houses more deliberately, searching with care rather than curiosity. In one home, we found a trunk filled with children's clothing, each garment folded neatly despite the dust that coated the room. In another, we discovered photographs, curling with aged families posed stiffly, their faces stern. None of them bore names, yet one image made Simon go pale. He claimed the man in the picture looked exactly like me, though his clothes were decades old. I stared at it trying to find the resemblance, but the features were blurred by time. Still, the thought unsettled me. Night fell swiftly. We dared not return to the fountain, so we set our camp within the ruins of a house whose roof was mostly intact. The walls leaned inward, but they sheltered us from the creeping sense of being observed. Simon was restless, pacing the small room. I tried to distract myself by reading his notes, though his handwriting had grown erratic, the words tumbling across the page. Mirrors, placement, deliberate, town as reflection, not abandoned, not ever abandoned. The wind shifted after midnight. Through a crack in the wall, I heard at first a low hum, not quite singing, not quite chanting. It carried no distinct words, only rhythm, as though a congregation gathered somewhere unseen. I roused Simon, and together we pressed our ears to the broken boards. The sound grew clearer, rising and falling like waves. It came from the direction of the church. Against better judgment, we left our shelter and followed the sound. The streets were silver in the moonlight, the ruins sharper, less forgiving. The hum grew louder until it seemed to vibrate in our bones. As we neared the church, we saw light spill in faintly from its broken windows, flickering like candle flame, though no one had lit such a thing in decades. We stood at the threshold, frozen. The doors hung open, and within, the pews were no longer empty. Shadows filled them, row after row, seated in perfect silence, though the hum still resonated. They were not solid, nor entirely insubstantial. Outlines more than bodies, like after images left behind by light. At the altar, the bell gleamed faintly, though it had not been touched. One of the figures turned. Its face was blank, a smooth canvas, yet I felt its gaze pierce me all the same. I staggered back, colliding with Simon, who raised his camera instinctively. He clicked the shutter. For once the mechanism did not jam, though the sound of the photograph snapping echoed unnaturally loud. At that moment, every shadow in the church rose as one. We fled. The hum surged into a roar, the shadows moving faster than figures should. We sprinted through the streets, weaving between collapsed walls, until the square came into view. There, at the fountain, the shadows halted. They lingered at the edges, watching, before dissolving into the night like smoke in the wind. The silence that followed was suffocating. Simon doubled over, gasping, clutching his camera like a lifeline. "I got it," he whispered. "Proof. They can't deny it now." But when he pulled the film from the camera to examine it, his triumph faltered. The negatives were blank. Every frame, empty. He laughed then, a hollow sound that chilled me more than the shadows had. We did not sleep. Dawn came again, and with it, a thin hope that perhaps daylight might loosen whatever hold Ashwood had on us. We tried the trail once more. Again, we walked for hours. Again. The forest folded around us, leading us in circles. And again, when exhaustion broke us, we found ourselves staring at the rusted signpost. Simon's resolve began to crack. He ranted about the town as a trap, about how its people had never left, but lived on in some other form. He spoke of reflections, of the way the mirrors might serve as doorways, showing not what was but what was demanded. His words unsettled me, yet I could not dismiss them. I remembered the fountain, the carved letters, the blank faces in the church. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps Ashwood was not merely abandoned. It was sustained. That evening, desperate for answers, I returned to the church alone. The bell still rested on the altar. I forced myself forward, each step echoing through the hollow space. When I stood before it, I saw that its surface was etched with lines so fine I had mistaken them for scratches. In truth, they were words, names, hundreds of them, spiraling across the metal in cramped script. Some were blurred, faded by time, but others gleamed fresh as if etched only yesterday. Among them I saw Simon Hargrove, and beneath his, carved so shallow it might have gone unnoticed, was Adrian Locke. I staggered back, my pulse racing. The shadows were gone, the pews empty, yet I felt their presence pressing in. The bell gleamed faintly, as though aware. I did not touch it. I fled. When I told Simon, he refused to believe me, though his eyes betrayed fear. He demanded to see it himself, but I refused. Some things should remain unprovoked. Yet even as I spoke, I felt the name seared into my memory. If the town had claimed us, it had done so with deliberate permanence. That night the bell tolled again. Not 13 times this time, but twice. The sound reverberated through the ruins, through our bones, through the very ground. And when it ceased, silence descended so heavy I thought my ears had failed. Simon sat rigid, his notebook clenched in his hands. "It's a roll call," he whispered. "It rings for those it names." I did not answer. I could not, because even in silence, I thought I heard my name carried on the wind. The bell had spoken twice, and its silence afterward pressed into me like a weight. I wanted to believe Simon's theory was just another one of his ramblings, the desperate logic of a man fraying at the edges. Yet the sound had been deliberate, measure as though marking something beyond our comprehension. I could not shake the certainty that we had been counted. We did not sleep after that. Simon scribbled furiously in his notebook, his words more frantic now, the lines slanting across the page like the writing of a fevered hand. He muttered as he wrote, "The town record's its own. Once named, you belong. You can't leave. You can't leave." His face was hollow, eyes bloodshot. And though I had known him for years, he no longer looked like the man who had hiked beside me just days ago. At dawn, we tried again to find escape, though I already knew it was futile. The trail wound outward, but the forest folded in. The sun seemed to shift too quickly, sliding from east to west, as though time itself was playing tricks. Hours later we stood once more before Ashwood's ruins, the signpost crooked, the town waiting like a mouth that had swallowed us whole. Simon refused to enter this time. He dropped onto the road, clutching his head, muttering about the names etched on the bell. I tried to reason with him, but he would not rise. His fear rooted him there, and I was left to wander alone, compelled by a force I could neither explain nor resist. My feet carried me deeper into the town, past houses with shattered windows, past doors hanging open like gaping mouths. The mirrors inside glinted faintly, catching fragments of light though the rooms lay in shadow. When I looked into them, my reflection no longer matched me exactly. In some I appeared older, in others younger. In one, I stood in clothing not my own. Clothes like those in the photographs we had found, stiff and dated. My reflection's lips moved though mine did not, whispering words I could not hear. I staggered back, heart pounding, and hurried away. Yet no matter which direction I turned, the mirrors followed. Windows, puddles, even shards of broken glass in the dirt, all caught my image, all shifting it slightly, as though the town was testing different versions of me, deciding which one fit. When I returned to Simon, he was gone. His notebook lay in the dirt, pages torn and scattered by wind. The words were worse now, nearly illegible, filled with repetitions. They are watching, they are waiting, no not. Let me go. Panic seized me. I called his name, my voice cracking in the heavy air, but the town swallowed the sound whole. I searched the streets, the church, the square, but Simon had vanished as completely as if he had never been there at all. It was then I heard laughter, faint at first, childlike, carried on a breeze that stirred no leaves. It came from the fountain, the dry stone basin that had once reflected shadows. I approached cautiously, every step dragging against instinct. The basin was no longer empty. Water shimmered within, dark and glassy, though I had seen it cracked and dry only hours before. And there, beneath its surface, I saw Simon's face. His eyes were wide, mouth moving in frantic silence. He pounded against the unseen barrier, his hands distorting as though pressed against glass. Then, as quickly as he appeared, the water rippled and his face dissolved. The basin was empty once more. I fell back, trembling. My friend had been taken, claimed by whatever bound this town. The knowledge settled cold in me. I was alone now, and my name, too, was carved into the bell. It was only a matter of time. Days blurred. The sun rose and set without rhythm, sometimes lingering too long in the sky, sometimes vanishing before I could prepare for night. Food dwindled. Thirst gnawed at me. The canteen I carried emptied faster than it should have, the water soaring in my mouth. Hunger was worse, for the air seemed to whisper of feasts long forgotten. More than once I thought I smelled bread baking, meat roasting, scents drifting from collapsed houses where no fire burned. Each time I approached, the smell dissolved into ash. On the third day, if time still had meaning, I returned to the church. I had avoided it, fearing what I might find, but inevitability tugged me back. The bell gleamed faintly on the altar, the names etched across it darker now, sharper. Simon's name shone brightest, and beneath it mine. My fingers shook as I traced the letters. They were warm, as though the metal pulsed with life. I cannot explain why I lifted the bell. Perhaps it was defiance, perhaps desperation. The moment I did, a chill spread through me, though the bell itself was hot to the touch. It vibrated faintly, a low hum that resonated in my bones. And then, though I had not rung it, the sound came. One toll. Then another. This time, the shadows appeared not only in the church but across the entire town. Figures gathered in the streets, in windows, in doorways. They were faceless, yet their attention fixed on me, unmistakable. The hum rose, echoing my heartbeat, faster, harder, until I feared my chest might burst. I dropped the bell. The sound ceased instantly, the figures halting. Silence returned, deeper than before. They did not vanish this time. They lingered, waiting. I fled into the forest, running until my legs gave out, until I collapsed among the roots. When I lifted my head, I was at the signpost once more. There was no escape. Ashwood was not merely abandoned. It was alive, feeding on those who entered, recording them, binding them. Night fell again. Exhaustion overtook me, and I slept despite my fear. I dreamed of mirrors, of countless versions of myself trapped within them, each pounding to be free. I woke to the sound of the bell, tolling not twice, not 13 times, but endlessly. Each strike reverberating, until I could not distinguish it from my own pulse. The air shimmered, and the town blurred around me. I write this now with what strength remains. If these words are found, know this: Ashwood does not let go. The town waits for wanderers, for the curious, for those foolish enough to step beyond silence. It marks you, claims you, and once your name is spoken in its tongue, you are no longer your own. Simon is gone. I will soon follow. The bell has tolled for me, and each strike carries me deeper into its hollow. Already I feel the world thinning, mirrors bending, reflections tightening their hold. Soon I will be another shadow seated in the church, another face in the fountain, another name etched into metal that no time can erase. Do not come here. If you hear whispers of the abandoned mountain town, turn away. If you see its signpost leaning on the trail, walk back. And if ever you hear a bell toll, where no steeple stands, cover your ears and run until your lungs give out. For once it names you, there is no leaving Ashwood. My name is Adrian Locke, and I am 32 years old. By profession, I work as a surveyor, charting woodland boundaries for development projects, though my true passion has always been wilderness camping. For more than a decade, I have spent weekends and holidays trekking into forests across the country with a rotating circle of friends, some as seasoned outdoorsmen, others tagging along for novelty. This particular story concerns an expedition taken in early autumn in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, where the map showed nothing unusual except an expanse of heavy green marked as state-owned land. There was no inkling on paper of what waited there, yet I can assure you the discovery we made was no mistake of ink. It was real, and it was not abandoned. There were 4 of us on that trip. Myself, steady and methodical, carrying the topographic maps and compass. Nathan Ellis, my closest friend since college, more brash and fond of pushing limits, always eager to test himself against the woods. Jenna Pike, who worked with me in the surveying firm, joining for the chance to break from routine and to sketch in her ever-present leather-bound journal. And Marcus Doyle, a newer addition, a friend of Nathan's. Quiet for the most part, but sharp-eyed and watchful in ways that made me suspect he was always assessing, always calculating. We were mismatched, yet united in that feverish excitement that comes with crisp air, crunching leaves, and the promise of an untouched campsite beneath tall canopies. We entered the forest late morning, after parking Nathan's aging Jeep at a gravel turnout along a little used road. Packs heavy with gear, we started north, following a faint trail carved by hunters or deer, winding into denser trees, where the sunlight fractured into thin golden beams. The smell was damp moss and pine. We spoke in fits and starts, laughter spiking at odd moments before fading into silence broken only by our boots and the occasional call of a crow. For hours, the terrain carried us deeper. The ridges grew steeper, streams trickled with cold water, and the forest floor sank beneath years of undisturbed mulch. We had marked a point on my map to reach by dusk, a flat shelf of land near a small spring. But as the sun tilted lower, we came across something not drawn in any of my documents. Marcus spotted it first. He halted, lifted a hand, and pointed into a break in the underbrush. At first I saw only thick ferns and brambles, but then a peculiar geometry registered. Lines too clean to be natural. We pushed through, snapping twigs, scraping our arms, until the obstruction gave way. Before us was a mound of earth, sloped unnaturally smooth, crowned by grass that looked carefully trimmed, almost cultivated. At its base, half hidden by camouflage netting weathered and fraying, was a steel door set flush into the ground. Its surface was coated in moss, yet the edges were crisp, the hinges unrusted, the handle unmistakably maintained. It was a bunker. Holy shit, Nathan breathed, stepping forward. He ran a hand along the cold metal, brushing dirt away. "What is this doing here?" The four of us stood in uneasy silence, staring at the slab of steel that seemed utterly wrong in this stretch of forest. I checked my map again, flipping through layers of survey notes. But nothing hinted at such a structure. No old military installations. No state records of Cold War fallout shelters. Just blank green. Jenna crouched low, sketchbook open, pencil moving quick as though documenting it could make sense of it. Marcus said nothing, his eyes flicking over the netting, the disturbed soil, the faint trail of footprints leading toward the door. Then away again, fading into the woods. My heart thudded. Footprints. "This isn't abandoned," I muttered. The words felt heavy the moment they left my mouth. Nathan grasped the handle. Only one way to find out. We all protested at once. My instinct screamed to leave, to mark the location and report it later, but Nathan thrived on risk. He yanked, and to my horror, the handle turned easily. The door swung outward on greased hinges without a groan. A breath of stale, cool air washed out, tinged faintly metallic, like rust and something chemical. Darkness yawned inside. "Jesus," Jenna whispered, clutching her journal. "Someone's been maintaining this." Marcus finally spoke, voice low. "We shouldn't go in." "Why not?" Nathan shot back, his grin wide though tight around the edges. "It's probably some forgotten relic. Maybe stockpiled supplies, Cold War era. Could be worth something. Or it belongs to someone who still uses it." Marcus said flatly. The forest was quiet around us, so quiet it felt wrong, as though the birds themselves watched in silence. Against my better judgment, curiosity gnawed at me. I leaned into the doorway, shining my flashlight. Concrete walls descended in a stairwell, each step free of debris, swept almost. The beam caught the glint of metal railings, the sheen of moisture on stone. No dust, no cobwebs. Whoever owned this place had been here not long ago. My skin prickled. Yet Nathan was already stepping inside, boots ringing on concrete. He laughed nervously. "Come on, don't be chickens. 5 minutes. If it's nothing, we're back out." I hesitated, then followed. Jenna cursed under her breath but trailed after, while Marcus stood last, reluctant. The heavy door whispered closed behind us, plunging us into subterranean cold. The descent was longer than expected. Each step echoed too loudly, reverberating as though amplified by hidden speakers. I tried to measure the depth, 20 feet, 30, but soon lost count. The stairwell ended in a corridor stretching forward, lit intermittently by dim bulbs strung along the ceiling. They buzzed faintly, alive with current. My stomach tightened. There was power here. Still think it's abandoned. Marcus murmured. None of us answered. The corridor walls were lined with painted numbers and symbols, military in style but faded. A door to our right hung slightly ajar, revealing a small room with metal bunks bolted to the wall. Thin mattresses lay atop them, creased as if recently used. A thermos sat on a table. The smell was human, sweat and old coffee. Jenna stepped back, her hand covering her mouth. "Someone's here," she whispered. Nathan's bravado faltered. "Then maybe they're not now." But his words rang hollow. Every fiber of me knew presence lingered. My flashlight beam swept the corners, half expecting eyes to shine back. The air was thick, pressing. Somewhere deeper in the bunker, a faint hum echoed, machinery running, steady as a heartbeat. We pressed on despite ourselves, each step a mistake layered atop the last. My rational mind screamed to retreat, but fascination lured me onward. At another junction, the corridor split. To the left, the hum grew louder. To the right, a faint metallic clang echoed, irregular, as though something moved. Marcus touched my arm. "We need to leave. Now." I wanted to agree. I wanted to drag Nathan out by his collar. But before I could speak, a sound froze us all. A voice. It drifted faintly from deeper within, calm and unhurried, speaking words too muffled to catch. Then another voice answered, higher. A woman's tone, also indistinct. They were not recordings. They were conversations happening right then, not far away. Every drop of blood in my body turned to ice. Jenna scribbled furiously, hand shaking, as if capturing the moment anchored her sanity. Nathan's grin collapsed into a grimace, and he swallowed hard. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, maybe we leave." We turned as one, retracing steps toward the stairwell. But the corridor behind us was not as we had left it. The door to the bunk room now stood wide open. The thermos was gone. My flashlight beam trembled. "Keep moving," Marcus hissed. His voice was tighter now, urgency breaking through. We quickened, boots scraping. The hum swelled behind us, voices merging into indistinct chorus. At last, the stairwell appeared. Relief surged, until the beam of my light landed on the steel door at the top. It was closed. Nathan ran up first, pounding the handle. It did not budge. Locked. From the outside. He gasped, slamming his shoulder into it. Metal groaned but did not yield. Jenna whimpered. I pressed my ear against the cold surface, straining for sounds from beyond. Faintly, I heard movement. Someone, or something, had sealed us in. Then, footsteps echoed from below. Measured, deliberate, approaching up the corridor we had fled. The voices ceased, replaced by silence broken only by those steps, growing nearer with each second. We stood paralyzed. 4 intruders caught in a trap of our own making. The air grew colder, breaths puffing pale. My heart pounded so loud it drowned the hum. Nathan raised his knife uselessly, a child clutching a toy against a nightmare. The footsteps stopped, just out of sight, at the bend of the corridor. Whoever, or whatever, stood there waited, as though savoring our fear. And then a new sound rose. The metallic scrape of another door opening below, followed by the unmistakable hiss of air releasing from a pressurized seal. Jenna whispered, broken and trembling. We shouldn't have come here. The truth of it struck me deep. We had found a bunker hidden in the woods, but it was not abandoned. And now we were locked inside with its unseen occupants. The hiss of that door below vibrated through the concrete like a living breath, subtle but unmistakable. We froze, straining our ears, hearts thundering too loudly for silence. A chill rolled over my skin, and I swore the air pressure shifted in that corridor, as though something vast had stirred beneath us. Nathan still pressed his knife in a white, knuckled grip, the tip quivering with his own trembling. Jenna clutched her journal so tightly the spine bent. Marcus kept his gaze locked on the bend below, unblinking, calculating. I felt the weight of the locked steel door, behind me like a tomb lid, sealing us in with what waited. Then came the sound that hollowed my stomach. A voice, clear now, not muffled. It was a man's voice, measured and strangely formal. "Don't move." The word echoed up the stairwell, calm yet carrying authority that brooked no defiance. My muscles obeyed before my brain did. I stood frozen, every instinct screaming to flee yet powerless. From the bend stepped a figure. He was tall, broad-shouldered, clad in a dark uniform of no branch I recognized, though it bore patches stripped of insignia. His face was pale under the fluorescent glow, eyes shadowed deep, and his hands held a rifle cradled as casually as one might hold a walking stick. Another figure emerged behind him, shorter. A woman with cropped hair and a sidearm holstered tight to her thigh. Her expression was unreadable, though her eyes darted between us with clinical precision. Nathan inhaled sharply, blade still raised, but the man's voice cut through again, sharper this time. "Drop it." For a moment Nathan hesitated, pride stiffening his stance. Then Marcus stepped forward, his tone quiet but firm. "Do it. Now." With a curse, Nathan let the knife clatter onto the step. The sound echoed like a verdict. The woman ascended halfway up, standing where she could see us clearly. She studied our packs, our boots, our pale faces. "Hikers," she said, her voice almost mocking, like she couldn't quite believe it. "You weren't supposed to be here?" "We didn't know," I stammered, forcing the words past my dry throat. "We found the door." We thought. It looked abandoned. The man's lip curled, though not quite into a smile. Abandoned. That's the lie people tell themselves when they see something they weren't meant to see. The woman leaned closer, eyes narrowing. "What do we do with them?" That question sent a spear of dread through my chest. What do we do with them? Not who are they? Not why are they here? Just what to do. As though our lives were already collateral, just variables in a decision. "We'll let them down," the man answered simply. Before any of us could protest, the rifle swung in a precise gesture, ordering us back down the corridor. We obeyed stiff-legged, my flashlight beam jittering over the floor, until the woman ordered me to turn it off. The bulbs above flickered faintly, casting enough light to see the outline of the walls. But every shadow looked alive. They herded us deeper into the bunker, past the bunks and junctions, toward the hum we'd heard earlier. My mind raced, replaying every step that led us here, every chance we'd had to turn back. My bad decision was clear now. Ignoring Marcus when he said we shouldn't go inside. That single choice had chained us to this moment, each step a march into darkness. At last we entered a chamber larger than the rest, a rectangular hall lined with tables, equipment, and racks of supplies. Generators throbbed in one corner, powering monitors that glowed with shifting data I couldn't parse. Some showed grainy black and white video feeds of the forest above, angles I recognized from places we'd walked earlier that day. Cameras hidden in the trees, watching us all along. Jenna gasped. Nathan swore under his breath. The woman noticed our reactions and smirked faintly. "You thought this was forgotten wilderness. You've been under watch since the moment you stepped off the road." I tried to swallow, my throat tight as wire. "Who are you people?" The man ignored me, gesturing us toward a row of chairs bolted to the floor near the center. "Sit." We obeyed, movement sluggish, numb with disbelief. The woman collected our packs, unzipping them with brisk efficiency, examining our contents. Flashlights, knives, food, rope. She tossed each item aside with disinterest until she came to Jenna's leather journal. That she lingered on, flipping through the sketches of the bunker, the notes scribbled with frantic strokes. Her gaze hardened. "Destroy this," she ordered the man, handing him the journal. "No," Jenna cried, leaping up. But the rifle swung instantly, pressing cold iron back into her chest, and she sank down again, tears spilling unchecked. The man tore the pages free, feeding them into a steel barrel with a small fire crackling at its base. One by one, her records blackened and curled into ash. The smell of burning paper filled the air, bitter as the taste of futility. I clenched my fists, rage and fear warring in me, but I dared not move. Nathan muttered curses, while Marcus stayed utterly silent, his face unreadable, eyes darting as though memorizing every detail. When the last page had turned to ash, the woman finally addressed us again. "You shouldn't have come here. And now you'll have to understand why." She motioned toward a heavy door at the far end of the chamber. Beyond it, the hum we'd heard earlier intensified, vibrating the floor like the beat of some subterranean heart. The man opened the door, and the sound swelled, mingling with a faint hiss of air. "Move," the woman ordered. We were herded through into another corridor, this one lined with glass panels set into the walls. Behind the glass were rooms, or cells, and in those rooms were people. At least, they looked like people. I stopped dead, breath choking. In the first cell stood a figure that had once been human, but was now gaunt beyond starvation, skin gray and eyes milky white. Its hands pressed against the glass, fingers long and trembling. Its lips moved in soundless words, mouthing some plea or curse. Jenna whimpered. Nathan stepped back. In the next cell was a man sitting perfectly still in a chair, but his head jerked at sharp intervals, twitching like a marionette pulled by unseen strings. His eyes followed us in unison, though his body never moved otherwise. The corridor went on, and on, each panel revealing horrors that blurred the line between experiment and nightmare. A woman whose mouth was stitched shut yet, whose chest rose and fell with rapid whispers, voices leaking from her skin. A child curled in the corner, humming in a voice too deep, too resonant for its small frame. And others, too many to count, each more wrong than the last. The woman spoke, her voice devoid of emotion, containment, research, security. "This is why no one can know we're here. You're experimenting on them." I croaked, my stomach turning to stone. They were already broken. The man said flatly, "We'll keep them from spreading. We learn what we can." "Bullshit," Nathan snapped, his defiance sparking even in terror. "You're playing God down here. You're monsters." The man's rifle lifted an inch, but the woman raised a hand. "Don't waste bullets." Her eyes pinned Nathan. "He'll learn soon enough." We stumbled past those glass cells until the corridor ended in another chamber. This one was darker, lit only by a circle of overhead lamps that illuminated a central pit. Machinery surrounded it. Consoles, monitors, levers, operated by more figures in the same stripped uniforms. At least half a dozen men and women turned to watch us enter, their expressions uniform in their lack of surprise. The pit itself was a void, a circular shaft descending into darkness, so absolute the light seemed to recoil from it. The hum was strongest here, emanating from below like the pulse of the earth itself. I leaned over instinctively, but the sight twisted my stomach. Shapes moved in that blackness, vast and slow, as though something alive stirred deep beneath. One of the uniformed men glanced at us, then at the woman escorting us. "Strays. Hikers," she confirmed. "They came too close." Murmurs passed among the crew, dispassionate, as if discussing weather. My skin prickled with the awareness of our insignificance. To them, we were just variables, anomalies to be resolved. The man who had first confronted us finally addressed us again, his voice heavy with finality. "You've seen what you should not see. That means you will not leave as you came." Jenna broke then. She sobbed openly, shaking, whispering apologies to no one in particular. Nathan's fists clenched, but his bravado was gone, fear hollowing his face. Marcus, ever silent, finally whispered, "I try and watch the pit." I turned, and in that instant something from below rose close enough to be seen. Not fully. God forbid I ever see it fully, but a fraction, a glimpse of what dwelled in that abyss. An arm, if one could call it that, jointed in ways that defied anatomy, surfaced against the side of the shaft. Flesh slick and black, studded with pale eyes that blinked independently. It dragged itself an inch upward, and the entire bunker seemed to shudder. The crew didn't flinch. Instead, they adjusted controls, readings spiking on their monitors. They were studying it, harnessing it, worshipping it. My mind reeled, a scream building in my throat that I barely contained. Jenna saw it too, and her cry split the chamber. Nathan swore violently, backing away while Marcus simply stared, lips pressed thin. The woman looked at us, calm as stone. "This is why. This is what we keep. And now, you belong to it as well." The pit exhaled then, a gust of faded wind that stank of rot and brine, washing over us. The lights flickered, and in that trembling half, dark, the realization sank like lead we weren't just witnesses. We were offerings. The air shuddered with that exhalation from the pit, carrying a weight that pressed into my chest, stealing my breath. The hum deepened into something more like a heartbeat, slow and resonant, a pulse that seemed to sync with my own, until I couldn't tell where mine ended and its began. The crew didn't recoil. They leaned forward in quiet reverence, as though each vibration was a hymn only they understood. Nathan staggered backward, colliding with one of the consoles. A uniformed technician grabbed him by the collar, slamming him back into place with terrifying ease. Nathan snarled but didn't fight again. His bravado was dust now, smothered by the enormity of what pulsed beneath us. Jenna was barely conscious. Her sobs cracked into hiccups, her face buried in her hands. I wanted to comfort her, but my arms felt heavy, weighted by invisible chains. Marcus still stared with unsettling calm, his jaw clenched, eyes darting not at the creature, but at the people around it, memorizing faces, exits, patterns. He wasn't paralyzed. He was planning. The woman who had guided us here stepped closer to the pit's edge, looking down with her hands clasped behind her back. "It stirs more often now," she murmured, half to herself. "It knows when new blood enters its domain." Then she turned her gaze to us. "You'll serve a purpose, even if you don't understand." The man with the rifle raised a hand, signaling two others to move toward us. "Take them below," he ordered. Those words shattered my numbness. "No," I shouted, scrambling up, trying to wedge myself behind the bolted chair. "We're not." The butt of a rifle cracked into my shoulder, pain exploding white. I went down gasping. Nathan lunged in my defense, but was struck across the jaw, teeth clattering as he fell beside me. Jenna shrieked, clinging to Marcus, who finally snapped into action. "Listen to me," Marcus hissed through his teeth. His words aimed at us, but spoken low enough the guards didn't seem to hear. "When I move, follow." I barely had time to process before he did. In one fluid motion, he swung sideways, grabbing the wrist of the nearest guard, and twisting it so sharply the man cried out, the rifle clattering free. Marcus caught it mid-fall and fired upward without hesitation. The crack of the shot tore through the chamber, deafening, the bullet sparking against the ceiling. Alarms blared instantly, red lights strobing. Chaos erupted. The crew shouted, scrambling for cover, while the pit below trembled violently, disturbed by the noise. I felt the floor quiver under my knees, dust raining down. "Move," Marcus bellowed, dragging me upright. I seized Jenna's arm while Nathan staggered up, blood streaming from his lip. We bolted toward the corridor we'd entered from, Marcus firing wild shots to scatter pursuit. Behind us, shouts echoed, boots pounded. The corridor's glass cells flickered under the alarm lights, illuminating the horrors within more starkly than before. They pressed against the glass now, their mouths opening in unison, releasing no sound, but vibrating with silent screams. One panel cracked as a gaunt hand pounded again and again, spiderweb fissures spreading. Jenna screamed as the stitched mouth woman's both palms against her side of the glass, whispers leaking from her skin louder now, overlapping voices chanting in languages I didn't recognize. My legs nearly buckled as the words crawled under my skin like insects. Marcus barked, dragging us forward. We sprinted past the cells, alarms echoing, until the main chamber reappeared. The rows of bunks, the stairwell ahead. Relief sparked, the door at the top of those stairs our only lifeline. But even as we stumbled upward, I remembered it had been locked from the outside. Nathan reached it first, slamming his weight against the handle. It rattled uselessly. He screamed in rage, pounding his fists. "It's sealed! Stand aside!" Marcus roared. He raised the rifle, firing 3 times into the locking mechanism. Sparks burst, metal denting, but the door held. Behind us, voices drew nearer, boots striking stone. Jenna collapsed halfway up the stairs, sobbing. I yanked her arm, hauling her upright. "Come on, come on." My own voice was foreign to me, high and breaking. Marcus slammed his shoulder into the door once, twice, until with a screech of tearing metal, it gave an inch. Light, blessed, natural daylight, spilled through the crack. He shoved again with a howl, the frame buckling, and suddenly we were free, spilling out onto moss and leaves as the steel door swung wide. We burst into the forest, daylight stabbing our eyes, lungs filling with the crisp autumn air. Behind us, the bunker's alarm still howled faintly, muffled by the earth. Nathan didn't wait. He sprinted into the trees, wild and uncoordinated. Jenna clung to me, stumbling with each step. Marcus brought up the rear, rifle still in hand, eyes darting. "Don't stop," he ordered, his voice iron. We didn't. For what felt like hours we ran, heedless of direction, crashing through brush, tumbling over roots, driven by primal terror. My chest burned, my legs turned to fire. But the thought of slowing, of hearing those boots behind us again, kept me moving. At last, as the sun tilted westward, we collapsed in a hollow beside a stream, gasping broken. Nathan lay face down in the mud, shaking with silent sobs. Jenna curled against me, eyes vacant. Marcus stood watch, the rifle steady, scanning every tree, every shadow. None of us spoke for long minutes. The forest seemed too quiet again, as if holding its breath. Finally, Nathan whispered, his voice shredded. "What the hell was that place? What did we see?" No one answered. The words themselves were dangerous, as though speaking them might draw its attention again. Jenna broke the silence, her voice hollow. "They burned my journal, the only proof we had. No one will believe us." Marcus turned then, his face grim, lips pressed thin. "Proof isn't what matters. Survival is. We never go back. We never tell anyone what we saw. That's the only way." I wanted to argue. I wanted to scream that people needed to know. that something monstrous lived beneath those woods, studied by people who had erased their names and uniforms. But the memory of that pit silenced me. The memory of what rose from it. No one would believe. Worse, if they did, they would end up where we had been, trapped inside, walking corridors lined with glass cells, waiting to become offerings. The sky darkened, stars pricking through the canopy. We dared not light a fire, dared not make a sound louder than breath. I lay awake listening to the forest shift, each creak of branches like footsteps, each distant rustle like whispers. At some point I drifted into fitful sleep, only to dream of the pit. The hum, the eyes, the arm dragging upward. I woke with Jenna clutching my hand so hard my fingers ached. She whispered, "It's not gone. I can still hear it." And God help me, I could too. Somewhere deep beneath the earth, beyond miles of root and stone, it pulsed. Awake, waiting. By dawn we found the road again, stumbling onto the gravel turnout where Nathan's Jeep still waited. None of us spoke as we piled inside. The drive back was a blur of silence. The trees thinning, civilization, reappearing as though none of it had ever existed. But when we passed the last ridge, when the mountains receded in the rearview mirror, I saw Marcus glance back one final time. His expression was unreadable, but his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Weeks have passed since then, yet the nightmare hasn't dulled. I lie awake nights, convinced. I hear faint humming through the walls of my apartment, a vibration too low to be real yet too insistent to be ignored. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I feel a breath of air stir across my face, faded and damp, as though something vast exhaled from beneath. Nathan hasn't spoken to me since that day. He avoids my calls, my messages, as though pretending nothing happened might erase it. Jenna has been worse. She sent me one final text 2 nights after we returned. It watches me. I haven't heard from her since. Marcus, though, reached out once. He came to my door unannounced, face-lined, rifle case in his hand. He said only one thing. "If you ever hear the hum again, call me." Then he left. And now, as I sit here writing this, the floor beneath me thrums faintly, steady as a heartbeat. I think it already knows I never should have left. My name is Daniel Harker. I am 32 years old, and I was raised in a small town in the Blue Ridge region of the Appalachian Mountains. I grew up surrounded by endless ridges of trees, narrow hollows where the fog sank like water, and trails that twisted for miles until they disappeared into shadows. I left when I was 19, seeking something bigger, something louder than the quiet mountains that had raised me. I swore I would never go back. Not after what happened to my father, and not after the strange stories that were whispered like warnings from porch to porch in town. But sometimes life has a way of pushing you in circles, no matter how far you run. This is how I came to return, and how I found myself hunted by something I never truly believed in until it was too late. I need to be clear from the start. I was not a fool stumbling blind into the woods. I grew up with caution drilled into me. My father was a hunter and a quiet man who said little, but taught me much. How to read tracks, how to tell when the forest grew silent, how to know when something unseen was watching. He died when I was 15, deep in those same woods, his body found broken near a ravine. They told us it was a fall, that maybe he slipped in the dark or chased wounded game too far. But even then, the locals whispered other things, words that made my mother go pale, skinwalker. The stories were old and never spoken loudly. I heard them only in fragments. A creature that could wear the shape of any animal. A thing that could take the voice of a loved one and call you by name. Some swore it was a witch that learned to shed its skin and walk among beasts. Others said it was older than people, something born from the mountains themselves. I told myself they were folktales. That was easier than believing the alternative. I had not been back to the Blue Ridge in more than a decade, but when my friend Marcus invited me on a week-long camping trip, I surprised myself by saying yes. He had no ties to the region, no family buried in the hills, no memory of the old churchyard where moss crawled across headstones. To him it was just another wilderness, a place to pitch tents, fish streams, and drink whiskey by the fire. I told myself I went to spend time with him, to reconnect. But part of me knew I went because I needed to face whatever had haunted my family all those years. Marcus was the opposite of me in every way. Loud where I was quiet, careless where I was cautious, he had the kind of easy confidence that made people follow his lead. He packed our supplies with the enthusiasm of someone who believed every problem could be solved with a multi-tool and a flashlight. When we drove the winding roads up into the mountains, he played music too loud, drumming his hands on the steering wheel while I stared out at the tree line. The forest seemed thicker than I remembered, the shadows darker. Every bend in the road revealed another ridge folding over the last, like endless waves of green and black. We parked near an old trailhead, one I knew from childhood, but had never walked past a mile or two. The sign was weather-worn, the lettering nearly gone, but the path stretched on, vanishing into the trees. We shouldered our packs and started walking. The first hours were uneventful. Birds calling, squirrels scattering through the undergrowth, the crunch of boots on dirt. Marcus laughed easily, pointing out deer scat, teasing me for my silence. But I could not shake the weight that settled in my chest, the same heaviness I had felt as a boy when I followed my father through the woods. That night we made camp near a stream. Marcus strung a tarp and built a fire while I filled bottles with water. The flames lit the clearing, driving back the dark, but even then, the forest pressed close. As we ate our food and traded stories, I realized the usual chorus of night had gone strangely quiet. No crickets, no owls. Only the crackle of firewood and a steady rush of water nearby. Man, it's peaceful out here, Marcus said, leaning back on his pack. Almost too quiet, huh? He laughed, but I did not. The silence reminded me of something my father once said, when the woods go quiet, something bigger is moving. I kept that thought to myself. It was sometime after midnight when I woke to a sound outside our camp. At first I thought it was Marcus, stumbling off to relieve himself. But then I heard it more clearly, footsteps, deliberate and heavy, circling just beyond the reach of the firelight. My breath caught as I listened. There was a faint crunch of leaves, then stillness, then the sound again, moving to the other side. Marcus, I whispered. No answer. I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on, sweeping the beam through the trees. Nothing but trunks and shadows, the pale shine of the stream. I told myself it was a deer, maybe even a bear. But the steps had been too steady, too measured, like something that understood it was being listened to. Eventually, the sound stopped. I lay awake for hours, staring at the dark ceiling of the tarp, every nerve in my body tight. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of my father's face half hidden in shadows, his mouth moving with words I could not hear. The next day, I said nothing. Marcus cracked jokes, cooked breakfast, and packed up camp while I kept scanning the woods. We hiked deeper, the trail narrowing until it was little more than a deer path. By late afternoon, the sky grew heavy with clouds, and we stopped in a clearing to rest. That was when we heard a voice, faint but clear, drifting through the trees. It was calling my name. Daniel. Marcus sat up, frowning. Did you hear that? I froze. The sound came again, closer this time, soft and drawn out, as though spoken by someone who knew me. Daniel. Every hair on my arm stood on end. My mouth went dry. That voice was wrong. Not just because it echoed where no voice should, but because it sounded like my father's. Marcus grinned nervously. Damn, man. Maybe someone's messing with us. Some backwoods hunter out here trying to freak us out. I shook my head. My father had been dead for 17 years. I knew that voice. We packed up quickly and moved on, neither of us admitting we were frightened, but both walking faster than before. The woods seemed to close in, the trail vanishing under fallen leaves. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure step from the trees. But there was nothing. Only the echo of that voice, repeating my name, drifting closer no matter how far we walked. By evening, Marcus insisted we make camp again. Look, we're just tired. Probably hearing things. Let's eat, get some rest, and tomorrow we'll head back. I wanted to argue, but exhaustion dragged me down. We built another fire, cooked another meal, but I could not shake the weight of being watched. Every time the wind shifted, I thought I heard footsteps. Every flicker of flame seemed to catch movement at the edge of sight. When sleep finally came, it was shallow and restless. Sometime deep in the night, I woke to Marcus whispering urgently beside me. Daniel, wake up. There's something out there. I sat up, heart pounding. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows. Beyond the ring of dim light, I saw it. 2 points of reflection, like eyes catching the glow. They were too high off the ground to belong to an animal. They did not move like a deer's would, or a bear's. They simply stared, unblinking. Then the voice came again, soft and hollow. Daniel. Only this time, it was not just my father's voice. It was Marcus's as well, overlapping, shifting mid-word, like something trying to wear both skins at once. Marcus cursed under his breath and grabbed the hatchet he kept by his sleeping bag. The metal caught the faint glow of the embers, trembling slightly in his grip. I reached for the flashlight, though some part of me already knew that shining light would not chase this thing away. Still, I clicked it on, cutting a beam through the dark. The eyes vanished. The trees stood silent, tall and motionless, their bark catching the faint light like pale ribs. The night seemed to hold its breath. Marcus exhaled shakily, muttering something about raccoons, but I could hear the lie in his tone. He had seen the same height, the same unnatural stillness. We sat there, waiting, straining for any sound. My ears rang with the effort. Then it came again, from behind us this time. A voice louder, clearer, calling my name. Daniel. And then, Marcus. The thing was learning. Marcus's grip on the hatchet tightened. Hell with this, he whispered. He stood and swung the flashlight around in frantic arcs. The beam bounced across trunks and branches, but revealed nothing living. The woods mocked us with emptiness. Sit down, I hissed, pulling at his sleeve. You'll just... Before I could finish, the voice returned, this time so close it seemed to come from the tree line itself. Marcus, It was perfect now. His mother's voice, sharp with that familiar lilt. I knew because Marcus went rigid and whispered. How could it know that? We did not sleep again. We kept the fire alive with trembling hands, feeding it every scrap of wood we could find. The light became our only anchor, the small circle of flame separating us from whatever hunted the dark. Every so often, I caught glimpses, shapes between the trees, a shadow slipping low to the ground, something crouched too still to be natural. But whenever I blinked, it was gone. When dawn finally broke, the woods looked ordinary again. Birds sang. Squirrels darted through the brush. The stream trickled steadily as if it had done so every night of the world. It was almost enough to convince me we had imagined everything. Almost. Marcus tried to laugh it off as we packed our gear. We're spooking ourselves. I bet there's some hermit up here. Some mountain guy who gets his kicks messing with campers. Maybe he throws his voice. You ever hear of ventriloquism? I stared at him, too tired to argue. I wanted to leave. My instincts screamed at me to get off the mountain, to return to the roads and the noise of town. But Marcus insisted we stay. He had planned this trip for months, and stubbornness was his anchor. 2 more nights, he said, shouldering his pack. We'll hit that overlook, maybe fish the creek, and then head back. Don't let one creepy night ruin the whole thing. I should have forced him to leave. I should have swallowed my guilt and dragged him down the trail, but I didn't. Maybe I didn't want to seem afraid, or maybe the mountains already had their hooks in me. Either way, that was my mistake. We hiked deeper that day, the trees closing tighter overhead. The path narrowed until it felt less like a trail and more like a wound carved into the forest. The air grew heavy, damp, as though the sun could not fully break through. By afternoon, my nerves were raw from glancing over my shoulder, but Marcus pressed forward, humming tunelessly as if to drown his unease. At the overlook, we dropped our packs and gazed out at miles of ridges. The view was breathtaking, an ocean of green waves rolling into the horizon. The sky stretched pale above. But even as I tried to take it in, I noticed how empty the land seemed. Not a hawk circling, not a deer moving in the distance. Just stillness. We camped there, telling ourselves the height gave us safety. The fire burned bright against the drop-off, and Marcus poured whiskey into tin cups, forcing a laugh, to proving ourselves idiots tomorrow when nothing happens. I forced a smile, but inside, I knew better. Night fell heavy, swallowing the mountains in black. The wind shifted, carrying scents from the valley below. Earth, rot, something faintly metallic. I sat awake long after Marcus drifted off, listening to the fire crackle. That was when the sound came. Not footsteps this time. Laughter. A child's laugh, high and sweet, drifting up the slope. I froze, every muscle locked. It carried again, longer this time, like a game being played just out of sight. Marcus stirred, mumbling, but didn't wake. I stood, clutching the flashlight, and stepped closer to the edge of the overlook. Below, the slope vanished into darkness. The laugh rang out again, this time mixed with words I could not fully catch. Then, in perfect mimicry of my father's tone, it said, "Daniel, come down here." My throat closed. I stumbled back, shaking my head, whispering no. No, no. Branches snapped in the valley. Something large was climbing, each movement deliberate, slow. I woke Marcus with a shove, my voice cracking. "Get up. It's coming." He sat up, disoriented, reaching for his hatchet. Then the voice shifted, soft and warm, becoming his mother's again. "Marcus, it's me. Don't be afraid." He flinched as if struck, staring at the dark beyond the fire. No. That's not real." The thing rose closer, its weight rattling the brush. The fire sputtered low, as if the air itself conspired to snuff it out. "Keep it burning," I barked, throwing branches into the flames. Sparks shot high and the fire regained strength. Marcus obeyed, his hands shaking. The laughter circled us, moving with impossible speed, sometimes below, sometimes above, sometimes behind. Always laughing, always calling our names. Then, just as suddenly, silence. The forest went still, heavier than before. The air pressed cold against my skin. I realized I was holding my breath. Marcus whispered, "Where did it go?" And then we heard it breathing. Not ours. Something else. It came from the tree line, deep and wet. Like lungs not meant to breathe air. Slowly, I turned the flashlight toward the sound. At first, I thought it was a deer. 4 legs, bent at wrong angles, its head lowered. But as the beam caught it, fully, my stomach twisted. The legs were too long, the joints reversed. The head was not a deer's at all. It was human, stretched and twisted, a pale face hanging loose as though it had been draped like a mask. The eyes were wrong, black and endless, but the mouth moved, and it spoke. "Daniel." The voice slipped and changed. Marcus's mother again, then my father, then Marcus himself. The words dragged like wet fabric. Marcus screamed, throwing his hatchet. The blade spun through the dark. But the creature moved impossibly fast, slipping backward into the trees like water into soil. We packed in seconds, hands fumbling, shoving gear into bags. The fire collapsed behind us as we stumbled into the woods, guided only by the weak beam of the flashlight. The trail vanished, but we didn't care. We ran blindly, hearts slamming in our throats. The forest mocked us with every step. Branches snapped just behind us, then ahead, then to the side. Laughter echoed, sometimes as a child, sometimes as my father, sometimes in voices we didn't recognize at all. The mountain itself seemed alive, every sound bent to its will. At some point, Marcus tripped and fell hard, crying out. I pulled him up, dragging him forward, but he winced and limped, his ankle already swelling. We had no chance of outrunning it. We found a hollow between rocks and collapsed inside, gasping, clutching our gear. Marcus bit down on his sleeve to keep quiet, his face pale with pain. I killed the flashlight, plunging us into darkness. It was madness, but I thought maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't see us if we stayed still. For hours, we sat in blackness, listening. Sometimes we heard footsteps above. Sometimes the sound of something dragging itself across the leaves. Once, it stood directly outside the hollow, its shadow blotting out the faint starlight. I could feel its weight in the earth itself. It stayed there, breathing slow and deep, for what felt like eternity. Then, finally, it moved on. Marcus's whisper was broken. What the hell is that?" I had no answer. Dawn came slow, the sky bleeding gray into the trees. We emerged stiff, shaking, but alive. Marcus's ankle was worse, swollen and bruised, but he forced himself upright. "We're done," he said hoarsely. "We're leaving. Today." And though I knew it already, the truth in his voice hit me. Like a stone, whatever was out there had no intention of letting us go so easily. We began the descent at first light, moving slow because of Marcus's ankle, but we moved with desperation. Every bend in the trail, every hollow between ridges, felt like another trap. The trees pressed in on both sides, and the shadows seemed to shift even in daylight. Marcus leaned heavily on a stick he'd cut for support, sweat dripping from his face despite the cool morning. I stayed close, scanning the forest constantly, ears tuned for anything that didn't belong. Birds sang, squirrels chattered. The ordinary life of the woods had returned, but it only made the silence of the night before more chilling. Around mid-morning, we reached a fork where the old trail split. The sign that once marked the directions had rotted away long ago, and the two paths stretched into the undergrowth like veins. I thought I remembered the way, but memory twisted in these mountains. The left path sloped downward faster, the right clung to the ridge. "Which one?" Marcus asked, his voice frayed. I hesitated. My gut screamed to keep high, to stay with the ridge, but my eyes kept pulling toward the downward path. As I studied it, I realized why. The leaves had been disturbed, brushed aside by something large. Tracks pressed into the soil, half-formed but visible. They looked human, but not quite. The toes were long, the heels wrong, the stride wider than any person I had ever seen. My stomach dropped. "That's not our way," I said firmly. But Marcus had already started shifting toward it, his eyes glazed. "It goes down, though. Down means closer to the car. It makes sense." I grabbed his arm. "No, don't." Then the voice came again, from the downward path. "Marcus, come this way." It was his mother again, soft and warm, full of comfort. His eyes widened. For a moment, I saw a child in him, that old longing we all carry for voices of home. He stepped forward, pulled by it. I yanked him back hard. "That's not her." "That's it," he snapped back, rage flashing. "How do you know?" "You don't know?" "Because my father's dead voice has been calling me for 2 nights straight!" I shouted. The woods swallowed the sound. Both of us stood there, breathing hard. Marcus finally nodded, his face breaking. We chose the ridge. Hours passed. The trail twisted endlessly, sometimes climbing, sometimes plunging, always seeming to double back. Marcus stumbled more often, his ankles slowing us to a crawl. Every time he tripped, I swore I heard laughter in the distance, faint and cruel. By afternoon, clouds rolled in, turning the sky heavy and dark. A drizzle began, cold and steady, soaking us through. The trail slicked under our boots, and the air smelled of wet earth and rot. It was during that rain that we first heard the screaming. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It was somewhere between, a shrill, tearing wail that echoed through the ridges. Marcus froze, his face white. The scream rose again, closer this time, so loud it rattled in my chest. We ran. Branches whipped our faces, mud splashed our legs, Marcus limping but forcing himself forward. The scream followed, shifting pitch, sometimes low and guttural, sometimes high and keening, never steady, never natural. It was right behind us, and then ahead, and then to our side, moving faster than any living thing could move. At one point, Marcus slipped and fell hard, crying out in pain. I hauled him up, but his ankle buckled. He collapsed again, his face twisted in agony. "I can't. Daniel, I can't." I looked around wildly. The woods spun. Endless trees, endless shadows. The scream rose again, closer than ever, and the undergrowth behind us shook violently. We had seconds, maybe less. I dragged Marcus off the trail, half carrying half, pulling him into a thicket of rhododendron. The branches tore at us, but I shoved us deep until we were hidden in a cramped hollow. I clamped a hand over his mouth as the brush behind us exploded. Through the leaves, I saw it. The thing moved on all fours, but its limbs bent like broken sticks. Its skin clung loose, as if it wore flesh not its own. Its head turned unnaturally, too far, too slow, and the face it carried was mine. Not my father's this time. Not Marcus's mother. Mine. It wore my face like a mask, lips slack, eyes dark holes. And from that face, my own voice spilled out. Marcus, help me. Please. Marcus trembled under my hand, tears streaking down his cheeks. His body convulsed with the effort to keep silent. The thing's head twitched, listening. For one terrible second, I thought it would rip into the thicket and drag us out. But then, it moved on. Its long limbs carried it back to the trail, vanishing with unnatural speed into the trees. We stayed there long after it was gone, our breaths ragged, our bodies shaking. When we finally crawled out, Marcus could barely stand. His ankle was ruined. We couldn't keep running. That was when we found the cabin. It sat crooked in a hollow, half hidden by brush, its roof sagging, boards gray with age. Smoke did not rise from the chimney. No path led to the door, but it stood as if waiting. Marcus wanted to go in. I wanted to avoid it. But the storm was growing, and his ankle was useless. In the end, necessity won. We pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior stank of mold and dust. Broken furniture leaned against the walls, and cobwebs stretched across the rafters. But it was shelter, and it had a door we could bar. I shoved an old dresser against it, then built a small fire in the fireplace from dry scraps of wood. For a while, we sat in silence, watching the flames. Marcus's face was pale, sweat shining on his brow. He muttered to himself, half coherent, words about his mother, about wanting to go home. As night fell, the forest outside grew alive again. Not with animals, but with whispers. Voices circled the cabin, low and constant, threading through the cracks in the walls. Sometimes my name. Sometimes his. Sometimes words I didn't understand, old and guttural, not meant for human tongues. Then came the knocking. First at the door, then at the windows, then at the walls themselves, as though dozens of hands pressed against the cabin, testing it, rattling it. The dresser shook. Dust fell from the rafters. Marcus broke then. He began to sob, rocking back and forth. "It's not going to stop," he whispered. "It's not going to stop." I held the hatchet, every muscle trembling, my eyes on the door. The knocking grew louder, faster, until it was a thunder of fists. Then it stopped, silence, and from just outside my father's voice. "Daniel, open the door." I shook my head violently. "No, no." The voice came again, softer. "It's me, son. I need you to help me." Marcus looked at me, eyes wide, lips trembling. "What if it's real? What if it's—" I cut him off. "He's dead. You know he's dead." But the voice was so perfect. For a moment I almost believed. Almost. Then the door creaked inward. Slowly, impossibly, as if the dresser weighed nothing at all. Darkness pressed through the gap, and within it, the glint of eyes. I screamed, swinging the hatchet wildly, striking wood, wall, air. The fire roared as if feeding on my fear. The thing pushed harder, its weight bending the door. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The door slammed shut with a violent crack. The whispers faded. The knocking ceased. The cabin stood silent. We did not sleep that night. We sat clutching weapons, waiting for the next assault. But none came. By dawn, the forest outside was still. When we finally stepped out, the cabin looked different. Older, more ruined. As if it had been abandoned for decades longer than it should have. My fire was ash, the door half, rotted. I don't know how to explain it. We stumbled down the trail, Marcus leaning on me, until at last we saw the parking lot through the trees. Our car sat there, untouched, shining in the pale sun. It felt like a dream. We drove without speaking, without looking back. Only when the ridges were far behind did Marcus finally whisper, "We weren't supposed to leave." I didn't answer, because deep down, I knew he was right. Something in those mountains had marked us, and though we escaped, it had learned our names, our voices, our faces. The Appalachians keep their secrets, but sometimes they let them walk free. And I fear one day, when I hear my father's voice again, I won't be able to tell the difference. My name is Rylan Cade. I am a field recordist, one of those quiet, unseen people who capture the sounds of the world before they fade. Most of my work is environmental documentation for universities and sound libraries. The wind through abandoned mines, the rustle of forgotten churches, the resonance of places where silence itself feels like a memory. It's not glamorous, but I've always believed every echo deserves a witness. Last autumn, a research grant took me to the Appalachian foothills, where a derelict town called Coldwater Hollow lay forgotten on no official map. The purpose of the trip was simple: record the ambient acoustics of several abandoned chapels rumored to exist deep in the ridgeline. Only one was listed in the 1913 registry, the Church of St. Vale. No photos, no surviving congregation. Just a brief mention in a tattered survey document I found at a regional library. I arrived at the trailhead late afternoon, carrying a single pack, a shotgun microphone, a portable recorder, and a small generator. The dirt road had long since been eaten by vines, and the GPS signal failed halfway up the slope. I relied on an old compass and the fading line of an unmarked trail. As the forest thickened, the air grew damp and strangely still, as if the sound itself were being swallowed. Even my footsteps seemed to fall too softly. By dusk, I reached what looked like the outskirts of the ghost town. Rotting houses, a stone well, the hint of a main street buried under moss. The church was easy to find. It stood at the center, tall and skeletal. The bell tower collapsed into the roof, its wooden ribs open to the sky. Ivy crawled through shattered stained glass, and the air smelled faintly of old wood and dust. Inside, my flashlight beam found warped pews, a pulpit half-eaten by termites, and hymnals scattered across the floor. The acoustics were perfect, open but intimate. The kind of sound that made even the smallest noise bloom into something almost holy. I set up my equipment, stereo mics at the front, one shotgun pointed toward the apse, and a contact mic against the altar stone. At 7:12 p.m. I hit record. I began with a simple test, hand claps, a whispered count. The echoes came back slow and elegant, like the church was breathing the sound back at me. I tried a low hum next, holding the note steady. When it returned, it seemed to stretch, slower, deeper, almost human. I frowned and played the recording back. Nothing unusual. The playback matched what I expected. But when I repeated the note live, the returning echo harmonized. Not perfectly, but close, like a second voice finding its footing beside mine. I stopped. Silence. Then I tried again. This time, I sang a single line from Amazing Grace. The air trembled. From somewhere beyond the rafters, the echo didn't return as a reflection. It answered. The same melody, but the syllables were warped, transformed into sounds no human tongue could form. Liquid consonants, impossible vowels. Not English. Not anything I knew. I shut off the recorder. Heart pounding. The equipment continued to hum faintly with feedback. My own voice felt trapped in my throat. For several long seconds, the church listened. Then the silence felt so thick it felt like standing underwater. I told myself it was some acoustic anomaly, broken geometry, strange reverberation off warped surfaces. I'd studied cases of standing waves before, even nonlinear echoes that distorted sound patterns in caves or empty silos. There were explanations. There had to be. Still, I decided to stay the night. I set up my small tent in the corner of the nave, away from the collapsed tower. The generator buzzed softly as I cooked a quick meal. Outside, the forest had gone utterly silent. No wind, no insects. Just the dull pulse of the generator. I made a few field notes in my journal, trying to sound clinical. Observation 1. Echo latency inconsistent. Possibly multi-layered reflections. Observation resonant tone resembles vocal formants. Check mic alignment tomorrow. I lay down around midnight. The red light of the recorder still blinking. That's when I heard it again. At first, I thought it was wind through the rafters, but then I recognized the rhythm. Slow, deliberate, like breathing woven into melody. A faint hum rising through the floorboards. It was the same phrase I had sung hours earlier, replayed and reshaped. Except now it was multiplying. Dozens of voices, all built from the same thread of sound. I sat upright, every muscle tensed. The generator sputtered and died. The red light of the recorder blinked once, twice, then went out. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the hymn began. It didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere. From the walls, from the rafters, from the hollow of the bell tower above me. The sound shimmered, a choir of impossible timbres, rising and falling in alien harmony. No words I could understand, yet I could feel them. Shapes inside my skull, as if meaning were being pressed directly into my nerves. My instincts screamed to leave. But part of me, the part that spent years chasing rare sounds, stayed frozen in awe. I reached for my recorder again. It turned on. I hadn't touched the button. The display flickered with interference. The waveform danced violently even though the room was still. I could see spikes, patterns too symmetrical for random noise. Then, over the recording, a human voice, mine, spoke. Stay. I dropped the device. The word had not left my mouth. I hadn't even breathed. The church went silent again. When I finally gathered enough courage to retrieve the recorder, it was still running. I turned it off, stuffed it into my pack, and stayed awake the rest of the night with a flashlight clutched tight. Nothing else happened. No more voices. No movement. Just the distant smell of rain. At dawn, I packed my things and hiked back down to the valley. I told myself I'd analyze the files, find the logical cause, delete the nonsense. But I couldn't shake the sense that something in that church had heard me, understood me, and tried to speak back. Back at my cabin that afternoon, I connected the recorder to my laptop. The file loaded normally. I played the first test segment, the hand claps, the count, the hum. Everything matched. But when it reached the hymn, the harmonies were clear, not distorted, not random, structured. I ran a spectral analysis. The frequencies formed repeating ratios, perfect fifths layered atop microtonal intervals, a system no human choir could naturally produce. When I isolated one layer, the waveform looked almost mathematical. I leaned closer. There was a pattern embedded beneath the sound, like Morse, but not. Short, long, 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 short. Over and over. I spent hours trying to map it. When I slowed the recording to 1/10 speed, the buried tones separated. and I swear to God, it whispered my name. I stopped the playback, ripped the headphones off, and sat in silence for several minutes. My heart was hammering so hard, I could feel the pulse in my throat. I tried to rationalize again: pareidolia, cognitive patterning, audio hallucination. The mind seeks structure, even where there is none. But that didn't explain what happened next. When I turned the recorder off, the speakers still emitted a faint hiss. I tapped the casing. It stopped. Then a low hum rose again, not from the file, but from the air of the cabin. It was the same harmony, and faintly, beneath it, another voice joined. One I recognized instantly, though I hadn't heard it in 10 years. My sister's. She'd died in a car crash when I was 16. She was singing the same line from Amazing Grace I had hummed in the chapel. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. The hum ceased the instant I spoke her name. I stood frozen, hand trembling above the power strip, and finally pulled it. Every device in the cabin went dead. Silence. That night I dreamed of the church. But it wasn't in ruins anymore. The pews were full of people with blank faces, mouths open in perfect harmony. Their voices weren't voices. They were echoes shaped like people. I stood at the altar, holding the recorder, and when I pressed play, the congregation turned toward me and began to sing. When I woke, the air in the cabin was still vibrating. I checked the clock. 3:15 a.m. The recorder light was blinking again, though it wasn't plugged in. The screen showed a single file, CRCH2. Why if I hadn't recorded it? I pressed play. The first 10 seconds were silence. Then the sound of footsteps, my own boots on old floorboards. I heard myself breathing. Then a faint voice, mine again, whispering, "Do you hear it?" Another voice answered, "Not mine, not human. We always did." The file ended. I sat there until dawn, watching the waveform pulse, unable to breathe properly. I didn't go back to the chapel that day, but the part of me that lived for sound, the obsessive curiosity that had driven my entire career, refused to stop wondering. If that church could hear, then what was it hearing now? And what happened when it learned to sing without me? I didn't sleep for 2 nights after that recording. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the waveform pulsing like a heartbeat. I'd wake to the faintest hum in the corners of my cabin, like sound lingering without a source. When I tried to trace it, it stopped. By the 3rd night, exhaustion forced me under. I dreamed of standing in front of the chapel again, fog pouring out of the door like breath. A voice inside whispered, not in words but in pressure. I woke to my laptop glowing. The screen showed a new file, CHURCH3, WAV timestamp 2:37 a.m. I hadn't powered the machine in 2 days. My hands trembled as I opened it. For the first minute, it was only static. Then, beneath the hiss, the sound of wind through hollow wood. I recognized it instantly. The interior resonance of St. Vale's Chapel. There was movement too, faint shuffling, and then something like fingers brushing the mic casing. At 34 seconds, the recording shifted. My voice entered, faint and unsure. Testing. 1, 2, 3. But I never said that. Not in that file. Then came the same hymn again. Amazing Grace. Only slower, deeper. Like the voice was dragging each note through water. Beneath it, the echoes sang back. But this time they weren't harmonizing. They were calling. A sequence of rising tones, structured like language, weaving between the lines of melody. When it ended, I just sat staring at the screen. No one else had access to my recorder. No one else had even known where I'd gone. Still, I needed proof. something measurable. So the next morning, I packed my gear again. I told myself it wasn't fear driving me back there. It was science. Verification. If the sound existed only on tape, I'd know. If not, I'd catch it live. The forest greeted me in silence again. Not even a crow. The wind moved the branches, but the air stayed heavy, like pressure before a storm. By midday, I reached Coldwater Hollow. The streets were even more overgrown than before, the church somehow leaning farther, as though gravity had grown tired of holding it up. Inside, everything looked untouched. The same dust, the same scattered hymnals. My boot prints still marked the aisle. I set up my mics exactly as I had before, 2 stereo condensers, 1 shotgun pointed at the apse, contact mic on the altar. Then I waited. The air in there had a density to it, as though the sound itself was thick. Even small movements created low, throbbing reverbs. At 2:03 p.m., I began a controlled test, frequency sweeps, white noise bursts, tone generators. I spoke timestamps, marked them with claps. Everything normal. Then I sang. Just one note. The return came instantly, not an echo, a response. It wasn't mimicking this time. It was building, layer upon layer. Harmonics rising like a choir assembling itself out of dust. My hair lifted with static. The recorder peaked into distortion. I stepped back, hand trembling above the stop button, but the device kept recording. Then, faintly, I heard my own voice again. Not live. Not from my mouth. From the rafters. It whispered, "You're late." I froze. The voice that answered was the same one from the file. The alien. Liquid syllables that shouldn't exist. They slithered between frequencies, bending the air. The walls seemed to pulse. My instincts overrode reason. I ran. Outside, the sky was wrong. Too still, too bright. I didn't remember clouds forming. Yet a dull, overcast light pressed down. The air smelled metallic, like wet copper. When I reached the tree line, I looked back once. The church door was open. Something stood in the threshold. Not a person. Not exactly. It was my shape, but stretched, thin. Mouth slightly open, as though mid-song. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't stop moving until I reached the road. By the time I got back to the cabin, I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the recorder. I connected it to the laptop and pressed play. The first few minutes matched what I'd recorded: frequency sweeps, claps, test tones. Then the voice. Mine, clear and calm, saying, "You're late." After that, the chorus began again. But louder, richer, impossible. I could hear syllables now, like fragments of Latin reversed. And beneath it all, a rhythm, steady, pulsing, almost like a heartbeat. At 30:17, a soft knock echoed on the track. 3 knocks. Then another voice joined. It wasn't singing. It was speaking. Slow, deep, and deliberate. Hear and be heard. I slammed the laptop shut. The room spun. For hours, I couldn't bring myself to open the file again. My logical mind clung to any possible cause. Corrupted data, low-frequency interference, misaligned inputs. But each explanation felt thinner than the air around me. That night, the knocking came for real. 3 times. Against the cabin wall. I froze in bed, holding my breath. It came again, 3 slow knocks. From the opposite wall this time. The recorder on my desk blinked red. I grabbed it, hit stop, yanked out the batteries. The light stayed on. From inside the recorder, faintly, I heard humming. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was inside the device. I threw it into the sink, buried it under water. The light dimmed, flickered, went out. For a while, I stood there staring at the bubbles rising to the surface. When it finally went dark, I felt a rush of relief so strong it made me laugh. Then I heard the knock again, this time from inside the sink. I backed away slowly, heart pounding. The recorder lay still under the water, but small ripples spread outward, steady and rhythmic, like a pulse. Something about it broke me. I grabbed my coat, my flashlight, and drove into town. I didn't even remember half the trip. Just headlights, rain, the blur of trees. At a diner 20 miles out, I sat shaking over a cup of coffee, trying to steady my breathing. The waitress asked if I was all right. I lied. I spent that night in a motel. The silence there felt thin, safer. No echoes. At dawn, curiosity clawed its way back in, against every instinct. I drove to a small repair shop and asked the owner, a man named Dane, to dry out and inspect the recorder. He called me back that evening, sounding uneasy. "Things bone dry," he said, "but I can't get it to stay off. The mic keeps pinging some kind of internal signal, like it's listening for a response." I told him to unplug it, to wrap it in something, to keep it quiet. He laughed, nervous, said sure. An hour later, my phone buzzed. Dean again. "Hey, man," he said, voice shaking. "You didn't leave any recordings on this, did you?" "No, why?" He hesitated. "Because it just played something, on its own. Sounded like a choir. The line went dead. When I reached the shop, the front door was locked. Dean's truck was still there, lights on. I called his name, no answer. The faint sound of music leaked through the door. Low, melodic, rising and falling like wind through a tunnel. I broke the glass and stepped inside. The shop smelled of dust and oil. Tools scattered. The recorder sat on the counter, red light pulsing. Dean was nowhere. The back door was open, leading into the woods behind the lot. I followed, flashlight trembling in my hand. About 30 yards in, I found his flashlight lying in the dirt still on. Next to it, boot prints. His leading deeper in. But every few feet, another set branched off. Smaller, lighter, as though others had joined him. Then I saw the first scrap of paper. A hymn page. Torn, water, stained, edges curled. Then another. By the fifth one, I realized they were leading somewhere. I followed them until the forest opened into a clearing. And there, impossibly, was the chapel. St. Vale's Church. Not miles away, not at the ridge, but here, in the woods behind the repair shop. Every instinct screamed that it couldn't be. Yet the building stood solid and pale in the moonlight, as though it had always been there. The door was open. The same sound rolled out, voices humming, slow and patient, and beneath the choir, one clear human voice singing. Dean's. He was standing at the altar, eyes closed, swaying slightly, mouth open in song. Around him, the air shimmered like heat. "Dean!" I shouted. He didn't respond. The light from my flashlight bent at the doorway, like it was being pulled inward. I took one step closer, and the music shifted, one note breaking, wobbling out of tune. Dean turned. His eyes were black, not empty, reflective. And when he opened his mouth again, my own voice came out. Hear and be heard. I ran. I didn't look back until I was in my truck. Engine roaring, tires spitting gravel. The headlights cut through fog so thick it looked alive. When I reached the highway, the sound followed me in the engine's hum. A faint melody threading through the mechanical noise. By the time I reached my cabin, dawn had broken. The world looked normal again. But when I opened the door, the recorder was waiting on the table. Dry, light blinking. Its display read CHURH4. WAV. I didn't press play, not at first. The recorder sat there like a breathing thing. the red light pulsing in rhythm with my heartbeat. I left it untouched, stepped outside, and stood barefoot in the cold dirt until the sky turned pale. The forest was still. Too still. By sunrise, my fear had curdled into something colder. Result maybe. I couldn't keep running from a sound. I'd built my life on chasing them, understanding them, cataloging them before they vanished. This one had found me. So I closed the door, sat down, and pressed play. The track began with nothing. A full minute of silence, then a soft breath, mine again. I heard myself muttering, testing, the same nervous lilt as the first night in St. Vale. Then came the sound of footsteps on stone. Not mine. They were slower, heavier, each one landing like it was being felt rather than made. At 37 seconds, the choir began. Not as before, not distant, but close. Like the mics were inside the throats of whatever was singing. The harmonies twisted, moving in patterns too deliberate for chaos. I recognized fragments from the earlier files. Notes repeating, morphing, learning. Then the sound shifted. The pitch bent down until the speakers quivered. Beneath it came a voice that wasn't a voice at all, but something scraped raw from the machinery of sound itself. Deep, wet, human-shaped but not human. Rylan. I froze. We are made of echoes. I slammed the power off. The light went dark, but the voice kept speaking. Come back. You left your silence here. I ripped the batteries out, the casing cracked, and only then did the sound stop. The silence that followed was heavier than noise. I realized I was shaking, breath stuttering in the cold air of the cabin. When I glanced at the wall clock, it read 9:17 a.m., but my laptop showed 2:41 p.m. The recorder's display, though dead, faintly glowed the numbers 70:12 p.m., the exact time I'd started recording my first hymn. It wasn't broken. It was fixed. Stuck in the moment everything began. I packed my things without thinking. The generator, the mics, the last working flash drives. If this thing wanted sound, I'd feed it one last town. I wasn't going to let it haunt me halfway. By late afternoon, I was back on the trail. The forest seemed to watch me. Every snap twig echoed too long, like something copying the noise a beat behind. The closer I got, the more I noticed the world losing detail. Birdsong fading, wind slowing, even my footsteps growing soft, smudged. Coldwater Hollow appeared the same as always, except the air shimmered faintly over the town. A distortion like heat mirage, though the air was cold enough to sting. The church waited. It looked more complete this time. The tower straightened. The roof mended. The stained glass faintly glowing from within, as though candlelight flickered behind it. I walked straight through the front doors. Inside, the pews were full. At first I thought they were people, but they didn't move. Figures of dust and shadow. Slumped shapes wearing the texture of memory. Faces barely formed, each tilted upward, mouths open. From those mouths came the hum, the same impossible harmony that had haunted every recording. At the altar stood Dean, or what was left of him. His outline shimmered like smoke trapped in glass. He lifted his head as I entered, eyes reflecting the same black sheen I'd seen before. Rylan, he said, my name drawn out like a note held too long. What is this? I whispered. He smiled faintly. Resonance. The word echoed behind him, bouncing through the nave until it became a chord. 100 voices overlapping the same syllable. You shouldn't be here, I said. He tilted his head. You came back. I came to end it. That made him laugh, or maybe the thing behind him did. The shadows swelled. filling the rafters with movement that didn't belong to light or shape. You can't end what you already joined. I raised the recorder. Then sing for me. The choir obeyed. The sound hit like pressure. My chest tightened, ears ringing. The floorboards vibrated, and the figures in the pews began to sway, dust rising from their shoulders like smoke. The hymn wasn't one I knew. It bent between scales, splitting into frequencies that made the world shimmer. My flashlight died. The stained glass flared white, and the church became a vessel of light and noise. I screamed, something raw, wordless, just to hear my own voice, and the recorder flared red. The waveforms leapt across the screen, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. For a second, I could see the pattern beneath the sound, a lattice of tones folding inward, building the same ratio again and again. It wasn't a song. It was a structure, a blueprint, a body made of resonance. Dean stepped closer, mouth open as the harmony bled out of him. His face cracked like porcelain, and beneath it I saw movement. Shadows flickering inside his skin, like something alive trying to shape itself from vibration alone. "You gave us language," he said. The voice wasn't his anymore. It was ours. I backed away, but the aisle stretched longer with every step. The pews growing, twisting, folding into each other like reflections in warped glass. My recorder screamed with static. Every sound I made multiplied, echoed, became part of the choir. When I reached the door, it slammed shut. The sound inside rose to a fever pitch. And then, suddenly, silence. Absolute. The kind that makes your pulse sound like thunder in your ears. Dean stood before me. Only now he wasn't alone. Dozens of faces shimmered into view behind him. Men, women, children, each dissolving at the edges like candle flame. They opened their mouths, and I heard every voice I'd ever recorded. The fishermen from Maine, the miners from West Virginia. My sister's laughter caught on an old home tape, all folding into one enormous breath. The church inhaled. The world seemed to hold itself still. Then came the return. It wasn't just sound. It was weight. A wave hitting from all sides, crushing and lifting, erasing boundaries. My vision broke apart. For an instant I saw myself, not the body, but the echo of one, the way sound might remember shape. Then, black. When I woke, it was night. The church was quiet again, empty. No figures. No Dean. The recorder lay in the aisle, blinking. My first instinct was relief, until I noticed the faint hum around me. The building itself wasn't silent. It was breathing, each exhale a soft vibration through the floorboards. I picked up the recorder and checked the display. CHURCH Final. Wav, I hesitated, then hit play. The file began with the hymn. Perfect, clean, no distortion. Then, halfway through, another voice joined. Mine. Calm, steady, measured. Describing the structure, the harmonics, the language. I spoke as if reading from notes, explaining how the church was never haunted, only alive. How it learned to listen by feeding on echoes. How it built memory from sound. How every person who ever sang, inside it being part of its resonance field. Then I said something that froze me completely. Recording complete. My voice announced. Returning to origin. The file ended with the faint sound of footsteps walking away. Mine. But I hadn't moved. Outside, the forest began to hum. Low at first, then louder. The same pattern, the same intervals. From ridge to ridge. The sound spread until it filled the night. Every tree, every rock, every hollow space repeating the same impossible chord. The church responded. The windows flashing white again, and for a moment the world seemed to breathe in time with it. I backed away, step by step, until the sound grew distant. My flashlight caught the sign by the door, the same weathered wood that once read Church of St. Vale. The letters were gone. In their place, carved fresh, were 3 words, Hey Shiar. A and B Shiard. I didn't run. Not this time. By dawn, I reached the trailhead. The air was silent again, but not empty. It was listening. I could feel it. Every movement I made returned me a fraction late, like the world was repeating itself under its breath. Back at the cabin, I packed what I could carry: clothes, field notes, the broken recorder sealed in a box. I left the laptop on the table, the files untouched. But before I left, I noticed something that stopped me cold. On the window pane, faint condensation had formed from my breath. And written there, in letters traced by some unseen hand, was a single line: Silence is a door. I don't know where I'm going now. I've stopped recording. I hear enough without the gear. But sometimes, when the wind catches the right way, I swear I can hear them still. Not the language, not the words, just the harmony. And somewhere in the distance, it's still learning to sing back. My name is Hallie Drayton. I am a field documentarian specializing in small town history, those quiet, forgotten places where time seems to have folded in on itself. I have always been drawn to stillness, to the spaces that have been left behind. My most recent assignment took me to a town called Meriden Hollow, a settlement that, according to every surviving record, had been abandoned since 1924. The census showed no living residents after that year. The railway had bypassed it. The mines that once fed its economy collapsed, both figuratively and literally. A flood wiped out the valley the following spring. When I looked at aerial photographs from 1931, the riverbed had already swallowed most of the southern half of the town. Only one structure remained distinctly visible in every frame: the clock tower at the center of the square. Its copper roof gleamed faintly, though the rest of the image was shrouded in shadow. I first heard about Meriden Hollow from a retired surveyor named Colt Anders. Over coffee, he told me he'd passed through the area 20 years ago on an off-grid mapping contract. He mentioned something that made my pulse hitch. That damn clock was ticking, even though the whole town was dead. When I pressed him for details, he grew quiet, tracing the rim of his mug. "You'll hear it?" he said finally. "But you won't like when it stops." I dismissed it as one of those tall tales passed between locals. Until I arrived. The road to Meriden Hollow was little more than a skeleton of asphalt, broken and moss-covered. Trees leaned over it like they were conspiring to erase the path altogether. I parked where the pavement gave way to gravel, then walked the rest of the way with my pack, recorder, and camera slung over my shoulder. The air was unnaturally still. No birds, no insects. Just the distant hum of wind funneling through the valley. The first thing I noticed when I reached the outskirts was the absence of sound, so complete it seemed to hum against my ears. My boots crunched over leaves that looked more like dried paper than anything organic. Then I heard it, the ticking. It came faintly at first, carried on the air like a pulse under skin. I stopped walking, thinking maybe it was my recorder, but the sound came from ahead, from the center of town where the clock tower rose against a gray sky. The clock's face was intact but discolored. The hands, frozen at 11:58, were darkened by what looked like soot. Yet the pendulum, visible through a jagged opening in the brickwork, was moving, slow, steady, tick, tick, tick. Each sound was perfectly spaced. I lifted my camera and took a few shots. The instant I exhaled, I realized something unnerving. The ticking had matched the rhythm of my breathing. I held my breath. The sound stopped. When I inhaled again, the pendulum began to move once more. I stood there far longer than I should have, experimenting. Breathe in, tick. Exhale, tick. Hold my breath, silence. It wasn't an echo or illusion. The mechanism inside that ancient tower was somehow sensed to me. That discovery should have sent me running, but curiosity is its own kind of possession. I rationalized it as a trick of acoustics, something to do with the hollow of the square, or the reverberation of my footsteps through the air. I convinced myself that once I set up camp and took proper recordings, the illusion would break. I pitched my small canvas tent in front of the town hall ruins. The wooden beams were sunken. The sign still faintly legible. Maron Hollow EST 1878. I unpacked my recording equipment and set a stationary mic toward the clock tower, intending to capture ambient sound overnight. By dusk, the light had turned copper and thin. I heated a can of beans over a small stove and noted in my field journal that the air temperature dropped sharply after sunset. Around 8 p.m., I began my initial survey. I circled the square, passing the general store, the chapel, and what had once been a schoolhouse. Every door I tried was swollen shut from years of rain and rot. The only thing still in motion was the clock. I tried not to think about how unnatural it felt to be alone in a town that should have been silent for a century. Every echo of my boot felt misplaced, like the earth was listening. Around midnight, while reviewing my recordings, I noticed something strange. Whenever I spoke, the ticking sped up slightly, almost as if responding to my voice. I counted. 15 ticks per 10 seconds when I breathed normally, 22 when I spoke, and nearly 30 when I laughed nervously. It was impossible, yet I could not deny what I heard. The more unsettling discovery came when I stopped recording. In the silence, I became aware of another sound beneath the ticking. A faint, whispering scrape like metal on stone. It came from the tower, rising and falling between each tick. I told myself I'd check it in the morning. Sleep was thin and fractured. Each time I closed my eyes, I dreamed of gears turning behind my eyelids, grinding in rhythm with my pulse. When I woke, the world outside was veiled in fog. My breath came out in faint white ribbons, and the moment I inhaled, the tower answered with a single, clean tick. I approached it again after sunrise. The base of the tower was partially collapsed, but an arched doorway remained open enough to enter. Inside, the air was heavy with rust and dust. The gears of the clock filled the interior space like a skeleton of iron, layered in shadow. Chains hung from the ceiling, their links still oily. The pendulum swung in the middle, larger than I'd imagined. It was made of dark bronze, and each motion it made stirred a subtle gust of air that rippled through the chamber. I reached out with the end of my field brush and nudged it gently. It stopped immediately. I exhaled, and it began again. That was when I realized the connection wasn't just auditory. The air moved differently when I breathed. It was as though my lungs were turning the entire mechanism, like I had become the heart that powered the clock. I climbed the spiral stairway to the upper chamber, careful not to disturb the brittle steps. The gears were massive, their teeth glistening faintly even in the dim light. None were moving, yet the ticking persisted. It was not coming from the gears. It was deeper, beneath the mechanism, pulsing through the structure itself. Near the top, I reached the clock face. The hands were thicker than they looked from outside. The minute hand bent slightly upward, as if straining against something unseen. I placed my palm against the glass, and the instant I did, the ticking slowed. Once every 2 breaths. I whispered, "Who's there?" For a moment, silence. Then the tick came again, louder, sharper. When I pulled back, I found faint condensation on the glass. An imprint of my hand, yes, but beneath it, another shape began to form. It was a handprint from the inside. I stumbled down the stairs so fast I scraped my palms raw. The air outside felt too thin to breathe. Every inhalation made the clock tick faster. By the time I reached the square, the sound had quickened into a frantic rhythm. Tick, 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 so rapid it blurred into a hum. I turned, gasping, and saw that the clock hands had shifted. They now pointed to 11:59, 1 minute forward. I decided then I would leave. My equipment, my notes, everything else could stay. I just needed to get out before something else changed. I packed the essentials and started toward the road. But each step I took away from the town made the ticking louder, as though the sound were chasing me. At 100 yards from the square, I looked back. The fog had thinned, revealing the tower in full. The clock face gleamed dully through the mist, and though I was too far to see the pendulum, I could feel it swinging, faster, sensing again with my pulse. When I broke into a run, the ticking became an urgent, metallic stutter. By the time I reached the tree line, it wasn't ticking anymore. It was grinding. Something behind me groaned, deep and mechanical, as if the tower itself were waking up after a long sleep. I turned to look one last time. The clock hands were moving, slowly at first, then faster, spinning counterclockwise. The sound that followed was like a roar trapped inside a bell. I stumbled backward, tripped on a root, and hit the ground hard. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, and when I couldn't breathe, the sound stopped. No ticking, no grinding, just silence. For one trembling moment, I stayed there, afraid to inhale. Then instinct betrayed me. I gasped, and the ticking resumed, faint but steady, from the direction of the tower. I didn't make it far after that. My car wouldn't start. The battery light blinked once and went out. My phone had no signal, not even emergency coverage. The clock ticked faintly through the trees, following every rise and fall of my chest. I sat on the hood, shaking, trying to calm my breath enough to make the sound slow down. It worked. The ticking softened, easing into a slower rhythm. When I stopped breathing entirely, it went silent again. That was when I noticed the smallest thing: the condensation on my windshield forming in sync with the ticking. Every time it sounded, the glass fogged slightly, as if someone else nearby were exhaling. I turned my head toward the valley. Through the drifting fog, the tower stood still, hands frozen again at 11:59. The world was silent except for my heartbeat. Then, somewhere in the distance, the clock chimed once. Just once, and I swear I heard it breathe in. I stayed in the car until dawn, hands locked on the steering wheel, counting the seconds between ticks. Each time I blinked, I thought I saw movement in the rearview mirror, the faintest sway of something behind me, though the road was empty. I tried turning the key again and again, but the engine stayed dead. Not even a cough. When the first rays of sunlight spilled across the windshield, the fog began to lift, curling upward like smoke. The town came into view again, half buried in mist, the clock tower standing like a spine above the decay. The hands hadn't moved. Still 11:59. I told myself I'd just walk to where I could get signal. There had to be a ridge high enough nearby. I grabbed my pack and recorder out of habit. Though I didn't know why, I still wanted to document any of this. It felt almost compulsive. If I could describe what was happening, maybe it would start to make sense. As soon as I stepped away from the car, the ticking started again. Slow, steady, matching my breaths. I tried walking without breathing deeply, holding air in my chest until I grew dizzy. But that only made the sound stagger and echo, like it was choking on itself. I made it to the edge of the woods, where the road disappeared into undergrowth. Every few yards, I glanced back. The clock tower was still visible between the trees, distant but uncomfortably clear, as if it were watching me leave. The ticking grew fainter the farther I went, until I crossed a line I hadn't noticed, and the world fell silent. No ticking, no birds, no wind. I froze mid-step, realizing the silence wasn't relief. It was wrong. A vacuum total and deliberate, as if something had pressed a hand over the world's mouth. Then, faintly, the clock chimed. Not from behind me, from ahead. The sound came from somewhere deeper in the forest. I turned, confused. The tower was behind me, far away. Yet the ringing echoed from the trees ahead, bright and hollow. I followed without thinking, every instinct screaming against it. The forest here was older. The trees were massive, roots knotting over the ground like coiled serpents. The deeper I went, the dimmer the light became, until the canopy swallowed the sky entirely. The bell kept tolling, sometimes close, sometimes far. I couldn't tell if I was circling or being led. When I stumbled into the clearing, I stopped breathing. In the middle stood another clock. Smaller, maybe 7 feet tall, its glass face cracked, its pendulum motionless. It looked like a replica of the one in town, but newer, less corroded. There were no buildings, no sign of settlement, just this clock standing alone among trees. It wasn't ticking. Not until I exhaled. Then it did. One single tick, so sharp it made my teeth ache. I backed away, tripping on a root, falling to my knees. My recorder hit the ground, still running. I didn't pick it up. I just watched as the clock began to tremble, its pendulum swinging without touch, the second hand twitching toward 12. I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my arms as I pushed through the forest. The ticking followed, echoing from every direction, sometimes near my ear, sometimes far away. It grew faster the longer I moved, until I wasn't sure if I was hearing it externally or inside my own chest. When I broke through the tree line again, the town was waiting for me. The square, the tower, the same angle of sunlight. I hadn't gone forward. I'd come back. The air shimmered faintly, like heat off asphalt. I staggered toward my tent, half collapsed from the night before. My microphone was still pointing at the tower. The recording light blinked steadily. When I checked the playback later, I'd realized the recording never stopped. Not for a second. But at that moment, I only saw that the tape counter had advanced by 36 hours. I had lost a full day. The clock face above me was different now. The hands pointed to 1200 exactly. For a moment, I thought maybe it was broken again. Permanently stopped. But then I noticed something in the window of the town hall. A figure. Just a silhouette at first, standing still, facing the square. It looked human, though no details were visible through the grime-coated glass. I took a step closer. The figure moved, slowly, unnaturally, as if jointed wrong. It turned toward me. I didn't stay to see the rest. I ran toward the road again. And that's when I realized the sound was no longer ticking. It was breathing. The air behind me came in soft, wet gusts, timed perfectly with my own panic. Every inhale I took came doubled, mirrored. I stopped suddenly, and the echo stopped with me. When I spun around, the square was empty, the windows dark. Only the tower stood, tall and impassive. Yet I could feel the pull of it, like pressure behind my ribs. I shouted into the emptiness, "What do you want?" The clock answered with a single tick, and the tower door swung open. It creaked wide enough to show only shadow beyond. The smell that rolled out was like rust and wet stone, but beneath it was something faintly sweet, almost floral, like lilies left too long in stagnant water. I stepped closer before I realized what I was doing. My boots sank slightly into the damp earth at the threshold. Inside, the air vibrated faintly with every breath I took. The pendulum above moved in time. I started climbing the stairs again, each step matching a slow tick. The higher I went, the heavier the air became. My flashlight beam wavered against the walls, catching on faint shapes scratched into the stone. Words, initials, dates. Some were old, carved deep. Others looked newer, fresh enough that bits of dust still clung to the grooves. I saw my own name, Halai Dirotan. The letters were shallow, like someone had just begun carving them. The date beside it read 1924. My light flickered. For a split second, I saw motion above me, something withdrawing from view, dragging along the iron gears. I froze, listening. There was only the slow grinding of metal. Then a whisper, so faint, I almost thought it was my own voice reflected back. Breathe. I didn't want to, but my lungs disobeyed. The air rushed in, and the tower answered. The gears jolted to life all at once, spinning, catching, moving as though time had suddenly remembered how. The whole structure trembled around me. I stumbled up the final steps to the clock face. The glass was fogged from the inside again. I wiped it clean with my sleeve and saw someone staring back. It was me, but older. My reflection only wrong. Her eyes were hollow, the skin around them smudged gray, and her lips were moving, forming words I couldn't hear. The hands of the clock behind her began to turn backward. I pressed my palm against the glass. The reflection did the same. When our hands aligned, I felt the chill shoot straight through my body. I woke up outside. It was dusk again. My tent, my equipment, everything was in the exact same position as when I'd first arrived. My wristwatch read 6:17 p.m., same as before. The only proof anything had happened was the mud caked to my boots and the faint burn across my palm where I'd touched the glass. The clock tower stood perfectly still. No ticking, no movement. I tried to convince myself I'd fallen asleep. Maybe suffered some kind of fugue episode. The rational mind claws for anything solid when the world starts slipping sideways. I sat there until darkness fell again, listening, waiting for silence to return to being just silence. It didn't. At some point, maybe around midnight, I realized the ticking had started again. But not from the tower. From me. Every inhale came with a faint sound from somewhere inside my chest. A hollow metallic click, timed perfectly with my breath. I pressed a hand to my sternum, feeling nothing but warmth and bone, yet the sound persisted. I turned on my recorder, holding it close to capture the noise. When I played it back, there was more than ticking. Beneath it, another voice whispered through the static. 11:50. 9. Stay. Breathe. The words blurred and stretched, until they sounded like my own voice recorded and reversed. I dropped the recorder into my pack, zipped it shut, and stood to leave. But when I faced the road, the path was gone. The forest had grown closer again, trees crowding the square's edge, roots breaking through the old pavement. I tried walking toward the direction my car should have been, but every few steps I ended up back at the same fountain in the center of town. The more I moved, the more disoriented I became, until the ticking in my chest synced with my footsteps. I screamed out loud just to hear something human. My voice came back a half-second later, perfectly duplicated, same tone, same breath, only slightly delayed. It was the clock mimicking me. I stumbled toward the tower again, drawn by desperation rather than curiosity this time. The door was still open, the pendulum still. I stepped inside. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, the ticking in my chest stopped, and the tower began again. Tick, 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 each sound louder, heavier, vibrating through the floorboards. I could feel it in my bones, in the air, in the back of my throat. The sound no longer belonged to gears or metal. It was alive. Then, between the ticks, came a pause long enough for my heart to catch up. And in that pause, something breathed out from the darkness above. The breath that came from above was not like any human sound. It had weight, thick, deliberate, almost wet. The kind of exhale that fogs glass from the inside. I stood at the base of the tower, every instinct ordering me to flee. But fear has a strange gravity. It pins you in place while whispering you're still in control. Then came the voice. It was faint, rhythmic, blending with the ticks, until I couldn't tell if it was speech or the machinery itself trying to form language. Breathe in, it said. I did. Against my will. Against reason. The gears responded immediately. They lurched forward like a body waking from a long, stiff sleep. Dust fell in sheets from the rafters. The sound that followed was both mechanical and organic, like lungs full of sand. I climbed. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I saw what was making the noise, I could end it. The steps trembled beneath my boots, vibrating with the rhythm of the clock's pulse. My breath synced unwillingly with the mechanism again. When I inhaled, the pendulum swung. When I exhaled, it stopped. Halfway up, something brushed against my arm. It was not cold or warm, just there, a touch that felt more like memory than substance. The air itself seemed to fold. I turned my light toward it, but the beam bent, illuminating nothing but dust. Then I saw her, at the bend of the staircase, standing in the dim light from above, my reflection again. Older, paler, her eyes hollow and trembling. She was watching me, mirroring every motion, except for one. She wasn't breathing. "Who are you?" I whispered. Her mouth moved, perfectly in sync with mine. The words that came out were not my voice. "You were supposed to stay." Before I could react, the steps beneath me groaned. The tower shuddered violently. Somewhere above, the bell gave a hollow, bone, deep note that vibrated the air into pain. When the shaking stopped, I was on the landing near the clock face again. Only the glass was gone, shattered outward. A slow drizzle of dust and broken glass fell into the night below. Through the gap, I could see the town, if it could still be called that. The streets were moving, not literally shifting, but fading in and out like film frames misaligned. The square pulsed faintly with light. It took me a moment to realize it was the same rhythm as my breath. Every time I inhaled, the world outside brightened. When I exhaled, it dimmed. The clock hands, frozen at 1200, began to tremble. I reached out, unable to stop myself. My palm pressed against the central spindle where both hands met. The instant I touched it, time fractured. The sound that erupted wasn't a tick. It was a scream made of every second that had ever passed here. I fell backward, clutching my head, as visions slammed into me like cold water, faces of people I didn't know, all frozen mid-breath, mouths open in silent terror. The streets alive with motion, the tower gleaming, the bell ringing endlessly. Then, all at once, stillness. When my vision cleared, I was no longer in the tower. I was standing in the square, but it wasn't ruined anymore. The town was whole. Gas lamps glowed along the street. Voices echoed faintly from nearby buildings. Laughter, the smell of bread and smoke filled the air, and every single clock read 11:59. People walked past me without seeing me. A man in a bowler hat tipped his hat to someone who wasn't there. A child ran across the street, her reflection trailing behind her a half-second late. The world looked real, but hollow, like it had been built from someone else's memory. The tower bell began to toll. 1, 2. Each chime pulled the air tighter, as though sound itself was trying to hold the town in place. I turned toward the clock tower and saw figures inside the windows. Shadows moving in rhythm with the pendulum. One of them turned and faced me. It was me again. Not the reflection this time. Me, she moved with my exact breath. Every inhale, every tremor. And then, slowly, she smiled. A wary, cracked motion that didn't belong to me. When the bell reached 12, everything stopped. The air froze mid-chime. The people, the sound, the flicker of lanterns, all paused. The world hung on the edge of that single second. Then everything reversed. The people began walking backward. The child ran the other way. Smoke uncurled back into chimneys. The laughter retracted into silence. I stumbled, disoriented, as the world dissolved around me. When the last echo faded, I was standing in darkness again. The tower's interior, the pendulum unmoving. My breathing loud enough to fill the space. I thought I was alone until I heard another inhale, perfectly timed with mine. It came from right behind me. I spun around. No one, just the outline of gears and chains. Then, softly, "Don't stop." The whisper came from inside my own mouth. My lips hadn't moved, yet I'd felt the vibration. I pressed my hand to my throat, horrified at the sound rising from it. A faint metallic rhythm echoing the pendulum. Tick, tick. It was inside me now. Panic replaced logic. I scrambled down the stairs, barely aware of where my feet landed. Each step I missed sent a clang through the hollow structure. I hit the ground floor and burst into the open air. The town was silent again. The fog had thickened, pressing in on every street. I could no longer see the edges of the square. The only thing visible was the tower behind me, and the faint shimmer of something moving inside the fog. At first, I thought it was smoke. But as it drifted closer, it took shape. Human figures, transparent, shimmering faintly with each of my breaths. They weren't walking. They were pulsing in and out of visibility, like time-lapse ghosts. And all of them were breathing with me. Each inhale made them stronger, clearer. Each exhale blurred them again. I screamed, forcing the air out of my lungs, and the town vanished completely. When I gasped back in, it returned. The realization was unbearable. I was keeping the town alive. My breath was the current driving its heartbeat. The clock had synced with me, and now the rest of the place had followed. I staggered toward the forest, desperate to break the pattern, to reach air that didn't belong to Meriden Hollow. The fog pressed harder the farther I went, resisting like invisible hands. My chest burned, Every gasp dragged the ticking closer, louder, faster. Then, faintly through the haze, I saw headlights. My car. I ran. The ticking grew frantic. High, pitched, desperate. I fumbled for the door handle, pulled it open, and collapsed into the seat. The keys were still in the ignition. I turned them, and the engine started instantly. For one dizzying moment, I believed I'd escaped. The ticking slowed to a faint, manageable rhythm. I reversed, gravel scattering under the tires, the tower disappearing behind the trees. And then, without warning, the car clock on the dashboard jumped. 11:59. The radio flicked on by itself, hissing static that shaped into a faint whisper. Stay. Every dial began to spin backward. The speedometer needle trembled, then dropped to 0, though the car was still moving. The headlights flickered. When I looked out the windshield, the road had changed. The trees were gone. The valley was gone. The car was driving straight into the square again. The tower loomed ahead, closer than ever, hands frozen at 12. The brakes didn't work, the wheel locked. I shouted, but no sound came out. Just a dry exhale that made the clock tick once. The car rolled to a stop in front of the tower. Everything went dark. When I woke, it was morning again. The air was clear, bright. Birds were singing. My car was gone. The town was quiet, still, normal. The clock read 11:58. I sat in the grass for hours, waiting for it to move. It didn't. For the first time in days, I dared to breathe without fear of sound following. I convinced myself it was over, that I'd hallucinated everything. But when I picked up my recorder from the ground, the red light was blinking. I pressed play. At first, there was nothing but static, then faint breathing, mine, followed by another deeper and slower. Then a voice, calm and steady, Hallie Drayton. 11:59. The ticking resumed, faint but certain. I turned toward the tower. The hands had moved. 11:59 again. I tried to stop breathing, to deny it the rhythm it needed. But lungs are selfish things. When the burning started, I gasped, and the tower answered. Tick, tick. The sound filled the valley once more, measured, patient, infinite. The fog began to return from the edges of the forest, curling like smoke around the streets. I ran, though part of me knew it didn't matter. The road out of Meriden Hollow is long, and time, once it knows your name, never truly lets go. The last thing I saw before the mist swallowed the horizon was the clock face glinting in the sun. Its hands had vanished, but its shadow still moved. My name is Cole Mercer. I was 30, 4 years old when I arrived in the town of Dunlow, a place so small that most maps forgot it even existed. I came on assignment for the County Archive Department, tasked with cataloging the remains of the old postal depot that had operated there from the late 1800s until its supposed closure in 1962. The project was simple on paper: retrieve surviving documents, log postal artifacts, and prepare a report for preservation. 3 days' work, maybe 4. But from the moment I crossed the town line, I had the uneasy feeling that Dunlow had not agreed to be forgotten. The air felt thicker there, the way it does before a storm, though the sky was empty. The road narrowed as it wound through miles of leafless trees before spitting me out into the hollow center of town. Every building looked half swallowed by time, brick faded to the color of dust, windows boarded or filmed with grime. The post office sat at the intersection of Main and Row, its faded sign swinging weakly in the wind. Diwanalo Postel State Ion in chipping white letters, beneath which hung a smaller plaque: Last Delivery, March 3, 1962. I parked my truck in front of it and sat there a while, the engine ticking softly as it cooled. My reflection in the cracked glass door looked foreign, too clean, too present tense. I grabbed my backpack and flashlight, then pushed inside. The air was stale, layered with the smell of old paper and damp wood. Pigeon droppings lined the corners, and what had once been a front counter leaned like a broken rib against the far wall. I swept my light across the interior old mailbags, a toppled scale, drawers that had been pried open and emptied long ago. It was textbook abandonment until I reached the mailroom door. The knob resisted at first, then gave with a sigh. Inside, the air was cooler. My light fell on rows of pigeonholes, hundreds of them, still labeled with the names of townspeople long dead. But it wasn't the architecture that made my throat tighten. It was the envelopes. Every slot was full. They were pristine, bright white, uncreased, each sealed and stacked neatly in uniform bundles. I stepped closer, heart thudding as I brushed dust off the nearest one. The ink gleamed wet under the beam of my flashlight, as if it had been written minutes ago. To Mr. Cole Mercer, Dunlow Post Office. I froze my name, written in a looping script I didn't recognize. I picked up another. Same name, same address. Another and another, all of them for me. Some typed, some handwritten, all postmarked for the next day, October 5th, 2025. Tomorrow. At first I thought it had to be some prank. Maybe some local kids found out a stranger was coming through and decided to have fun. But there were no kids in Dunlow. There were no locals left at all. The census listed 0 residents since 1998. Still, I couldn't ignore the letters. I stacked a few on the table and slit one open with my pocket knife. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for a line at the bottom. We have received your request. I opened another. Your delivery is confirmed. A third. Please remain where you are until all correspondence is complete. I set the papers down and rubbed my temples. The air in the room seemed heavier now, thick enough to hear. My flashlight began to flicker, and from somewhere behind the mail slots came a faint tapping sound. At first, it sounded like dripping water. Then it grew steadier. Tick, tick, tick. I aimed the light toward the back wall. The noise stopped. It's strange how quickly the human mind tries to normalize the absurd. I told myself the sound came from the building settling, maybe from an old pipe. I even laughed softly, though the sound died fast in that hollow place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the mailroom had been waiting. Patient, mechanical. I left the letters where they were and stepped out into the main hall. Dusk had crept in while I'd been inside. The windows were dim mirrors now. I set up camp in the front office, using my sleeping bag as a buffer against the cold. It wasn't the first derelict building I'd spent a night in, but it was the first that seemed to breathe. Around 9:00 p.m., the silence broke again. It started as a low thrum, like a truck engine far away. Then it rose into a rhythmic rattle. I turned my head toward the mailroom. Something was shifting inside. I crept to the door and listened. The sound was unmistakable. The quick shuffle of envelopes sliding, the soft thud of paper hitting wood. I opened the door just enough to peek inside. Every pigeonhole was empty. The floor was covered with white. Thousands of envelopes lay scattered like snowdrifts, some fluttering slightly though no wind stirred. I took a step in, my boots sinking ankle deep in paper. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. Then, somewhere within that sea of letters, one envelope began to rise. slowly, unnaturally, as if lifted by invisible hands. It turned in the air and drifted toward me. My breath caught as it hovered inches from my face. The writing was fresh, still glistening. To Mr. Cole Mercer, Post Office Lobby. Time 9:04 p.m. I didn't touch it. It simply fell to the ground at my feet. I stood frozen, pulse hammering. I don't know how long I stayed like that before forcing myself to pick it up. The flap wasn't sealed. I pulled the paper out. Please return to the sorting room. There is unfinished business. I backed away until my shoulder hit the doorframe. My instinct screamed to leave, to run to the truck, drive back through those woods, and never look back. But that's not how my job, or my mind, worked. Curiosity is a kind of sickness, and I've always had it bad, so I stayed. By midnight, the temperature had dropped enough that my breath showed. I tried distracting myself by sorting through my notes, recording observations like any rational field worker would. Postmark anomalies. Ink freshness inconsistent with environment. Possible hoax, unknown source of humidity change. I even considered collecting a sample of the envelopes for testing. But the idea of touching more of them made my stomach twist. Instead, I stared at the front door, thinking about how quiet the town had been when I'd arrived. Not even the sound of crickets. Not one bird. And now, even through the glass, I could see movement. It looked like someone walking down the street. I got up and pressed closer. A figure was crossing Main Street, slow and deliberate, dressed in a dark coat. They were carrying something. A bag slung over one shoulder. A mailbag. My skin went cold. The person, or whatever it was, stopped in front of the post office, just beyond the reach of the wheat from my lantern. For a long moment, they didn't move. Then, without a sound, they reached into the bag and placed a single envelope through the slot in the front door. I heard it slide across the floor and stop a few feet from me. I couldn't move. The figure stood there, head tilted slightly, as though listening. Then it turned and began walking back the way it came. No footsteps. No crunch of gravel. Just silence. When it disappeared into the dark, I finally crouched to pick up the envelope. Same handwriting. Same postmark, October 5th, 2025. Inside was one sentence. You will deliver these tomorrow. I dropped the letter. My hands were shaking so badly that the paper rattled. That's when the sound returned. The soft ticking from the mailroom. Only now it was closer. I turned, and my lantern light stretched long down the hall, the shadows pulsing with each flicker. Tick, tick. It wasn't a clock. It was the sound of paper snapping in sequence, like fingers against glass. I ran to the door and slammed it shut, shoving a chair under the handle. My heart was racing, the kind of panic that makes thought dissolve into instinct. I didn't sleep. At dawn, the light coming through the window was strange. Hazy, yellow, like nicotine-stained fog. I looked toward the mail slot. No envelope. But when I turned toward the mailroom again, the door stood open. The chair lay on its side. I don't remember crossing the space between us, but soon I was inside again. The floor was clean now. Every letter had been restacked neatly into the pigeonholes. Only one was missing. From the bottom right corner. On the table lay a small ledger book. I didn't remember it being there before. Its cover was worn leather, embossed with gold letters, D. Elvira Laug. I opened it. The first page listed a series of dates, each one matching the day before a postmark. The last entry read, October 4, 2025, recipient. Cole Mercer's status in progress. My pulse stuttered. I flipped the page. There was one more line. October 5th, 2025 sender. Cole Mercer, delivery pending. I slammed the book shut and stumbled back. The realization hit like a physical weight. These letters weren't just addressed to me. They were from me. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew what the next logical step was. Leave. I grabbed my bag and bolted for the door, ignoring the way the floorboards seemed to creak in time with my heartbeat. Outside, the fog had thickened, curling low over the empty street. I couldn't even see the woods that bordered the town. Still, I ran for the truck. When I reached it, I froze. Every inch of the windshield, the hood, even the tires, were covered in envelopes, stuck flat like scales, each bearing my name. I swept my arm across the glass, sending dozens fluttering into the road. A few tore open as they fell, and small slips of paper scattered. On each one, the same message repeated in typewritten ink: Do nauti lav. Delavar-incomp. I started the engine anyway. It turned over once, twice, then died. I tried again. Nothing. The headlights flickered and went out. That's when I heard the mail slot rattle again. From where I sat in the cab, I could see the post office front door. Another envelope slid through. Then another. They kept coming, one every few seconds, until the front steps were layered white. The wind picked up, lifting some into the air. They spiraled outward, a slow cyclone of paper, glinting in the pale light. A few landed against the truck window. On each, a new line appeared, bleeding through the paper like fresh ink. Delivery begins at sunrise. And the sun had just started to rise. The sun over Dunlow didn't rise like it should have. It didn't climb or burn away the fog. It only bled through it, a faint amber disk that seemed fixed behind Gauze. I sat in the cab, gripping the steering wheel, trying to decide whether to keep pretending logic would return if I just waited long enough. The truck still wouldn't start, though the battery had been fine when I'd arrived. Even the air outside hummed faintly, a low vibration in the bones rather than the ears. At some point, I stepped out. The envelopes that had blanketed the windshield were gone, replaced by a single one tucked under the wiper. I almost didn't want to touch it. But of course I did. It read, "Delivery schedule. Begin at dawn." Inside was a folded list, 12 names and addresses, each one corresponding to a house or building in town. The first was Hollis General Store, 2 Main Street. Next to it, handwritten in smaller script, was hand delivery required. My rational brain tried to reassert control. It must be a local performance art thing, I thought. Someone's idea of an immersive ghost mail experience. They'd heard about my visit from the county, made props, set up this weird prank. That line of reasoning lasted right up until I realized every name on the list matched entries I'd seen in the delivery ledger from the mailroom. People who'd been dead for 60 years. I stared at the first name again, Mrs. Althea Hollis. The same woman who'd owned the general store when it closed in 1962. I remembered her name from the historical files. There had been a photo too. Her standing behind the counter, holding a ledger, smiling. That image drifted through my mind like a bad omen. I didn't plan to deliver the letter. I just wanted to see what would happen if I didn't. Back inside the post office, the ticking sound had gone silent, though the air felt heavier than before, almost expectant. I grabbed the ledger again. The latest entry, the one marked "In Progress," had changed. A new column had appeared, written in faint gray pencil: status, pending delivery 1 of 12. It felt like being watched by something procedural. something that cared about rules but not about life. I stuffed the letter into my jacket pocket and crossed the street. The town was so still that each of my footsteps sounded staged, like part of a recording. The general store's sign still hung above its door, half swallowed by ivy. The wooden steps groaned under my weight. The door wasn't locked. It opened with a long, slow sigh. The inside smelled faintly of old sugar and mildew. Shelves leaned against the walls, still lined with jars clouded by dust. I tried the lights out of habit, though I knew better. Nothing. Just my flashlight's narrow beam glancing off glass. I stood behind the counter where Althea Hollis had once kept her register. There, on the counter's surface, lay another envelope, unmarked this time but sealed. My fingers itched to leave it alone, yet I couldn't. I placed my envelope, the one addressed to her, beside it. As soon as I did, the air shifted. The smell of rotten dust was replaced by something sweeter, faintly floral, as if someone had opened a window after a long rain. Then, a sound, a soft rattle, like marbles rolling across wood. The register drawer opened on its own, slow and deliberate. Inside were coins, shiny, new, stamped with dates decades ahead, 2031, 2044, 2060, and beneath them a small card. Thank you for your prompt delivery. I staggered back, almost knocking over a shelf. The register drawer slid shut again with a metallic click. The smell of flowers vanished. When I stepped outside, the fog had lifted slightly, enough to see the next building down the street, Dunlow Library. My heart sank when I realized what I already knew. That would be number 2 on the list. Against my better judgment, I unfolded the paper again. There it was. Dunlow Library, hand delivery required. I remember thinking maybe if I finish all 12, the town will let me leave. It was a foolish hope, but fear turns even skepticism into ritual. The library's door was locked. I circled around to the side and found a basement entrance hanging crooked on its hinges. Inside, the light was dim but not absent, rays leaking through broken windows, landing on rows of fallen shelves. A card catalog stood overturned, its drawers spilling faded labels across the floor. In the center of the room was a single wooden table. On it sat another unmarked envelope, identical to the one I'd found at the store. My chest tightened as I pulled out the second letter from my pocket and placed it beside it. Immediately, a whisper rippled through the room. At first it sounded like wind through leaves. Then, words began to take shape. I could make out syllables, names, dates, spoken in dozens of overlapping voices. Pages rustled around me as though turned by unseen hands. The whisper built into a low hum. A sudden burst of air knocked several books to the floor, and then it all stopped. On the table now lay a library card, freshly printed clean. It bore my name. Cole Mercer, lifetime member. The ink was still wet. I took a shaky breath and left without looking back. Outside, the street seemed longer than before. The buildings stretched farther in both directions, more of them than I remembered from when I'd first arrived. My rational mind was breaking apart piece by piece, each delivery shaving off another layer of disbelief. Still, I unfolded the list again. 10 deliveries to go. The next stop was the town hall. By the time I reached it, the sun had faded to an amber bruise, the same color as before, as if the day refused to progress. The doors to the hall were ajar. I could see a long table inside, covered in dust, and 12 chairs placed neatly around it. On the far end of the table sat a small stack of papers and, predictably, another blank envelope. I placed the letter for the town hall there. Nothing happened at first. Then, a deep metallic creak echoed through the ceiling, followed by the distant toll of a bell. 1, 3. It continued. 4, 5, 6, each strike vibrating through the air. Though there was no bell tower in Dunlow anymore, the steeple had collapsed decades ago. On the 7th chime, every chair around the table slid out an inch. On the 8th, they all turned slightly toward me. By the 12th, I was gone, out the door, down the steps, heart hammering. So loud I couldn't tell if the bell had stopped or just moved inside my head. When I reached the post office again, the ledger waited open on the table, as though expecting me. The gray pencil marks had changed once more. Deliveries completed 3012. But I hadn't done 3. Only 2, the store and the library. Unless the town hall counted itself. I sat down hard, exhaustion seeping in. I thought about sleeping there again, but the air was starting to hum with that low vibration again, like electricity under skin. Then I noticed something else, a new envelope on the floor, pushed halfway through the mail slot. No handwriting this time, just a printed label. Urgent. I opened it. Inside was another note: continue before dusk ends. The route must complete itself. That phrase lodged deep in me. Complete itself. As though I wasn't just delivering letters anymore. I was part of the system ensuring delivery happened, no matter who moved the pieces. By the time I reached building number 4, the old Blackridge Inn, the fog had thickened again, curling in eddies around my boots. The inn's doors hung open, the interior black as a pit. I didn't even need to check the list to know there'd be an envelope waiting inside. The front desk was still intact, a brass bell resting on its counter. I rang it once, more from habit than courage. The sound didn't echo. It just kept going, faint and endless, spiraling up the stairs and into the walls. When it finally faded, I found the next blank envelope tucked behind the bell. I placed mine beside it. Then, slow footsteps descended the staircase. Not heavy, not human either. Too measured. I aimed my flashlight up. For a moment, I thought the hall was empty. Then I saw movement. Shadows flickering where there was no light to cast them. Figures forming outlines of people. Silhouettes without detail. They stopped halfway down and stood there, unmoving. Something creaked on the counter beside me. Another card had appeared, just like at the store and library. But this one was a room key, its tag etched with my name. Room 12. When I looked back toward the stairs, the shadows were gone. I didn't take the key. I turned and walked straight out the door, down the street, refusing to look at anything else until I was back at the post office. The ledger was waiting again. Deliveries completed 4/12. And below it, a faint edition recipient self. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The ticking had returned, joined now by the soft scrape of paper against paper. Letters moving, sorting themselves. Around midnight, I realized I wasn't hearing it with my ears anymore. The sound was inside my chest, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of shuffling envelopes. I went to the mirror by the door, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw something behind me. A figure in an old postal uniform, cap pulled low, mailbag slung over one shoulder. Its reflection smiled when I didn't. When I turned, no one was there. But the smell of ink filled the air, strong and chemical, and on the table beside the ledger lay a fresh envelope, the 12th one. My name in neat looping script. The postmark read October 6, 2025. Tomorrow again. By the time the clock on my phone blinked 5:47 a.m., I knew what sunrise would mean. Every instinct I had screamed to get out before it came. but something in the air, some unseen hand, kept pressing me toward the mailroom. The light leaking through the cracks in the boarded windows wasn't morning gold anymore. It was the same dull amber that had never really left since I arrived. Dunlow didn't seem to have days or nights, just a steady pulse of half. Light, the envelope from last night still lay on the table. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. The flap wasn't sealed this time. Inside was a single page, typed in uniform courier font. You have completed 4 of 12 deliveries. Proceed until final correspondence. Completion ensures release. Release. That word lodged deep in me, both a promise and a threat. I looked toward the ledger, still open on the desk. It had updated itself again. 5/12 pending. But I hadn't delivered anything else since the inn. Whatever was counting was working faster than me. I packed my things. The idea of following the route felt less like obedience now and more like survival. Whatever force had woken up in that building wanted completion, and I was too deep in it to test what happened if I stopped. The 5th address on the list was Dunlow Schoolhouse, half a mile down a cracked road lined with dead trees. As I walked, the wind shifted behind me, carrying a sound like faint rustling paper. Steady as footsteps. I didn't turn around. The schoolhouse leaned to one side, its bell tower long since collapsed. I pushed the door open and stepped into a sea of desks coated in dust. There was a chalkboard at the front, its surface scrawled with faint handwriting that had been left decades ago, or an hour ago. Quy du rien les sons. The envelope for this address was still in my pocket, but on the teacher's desk sat its twin, unmarked, waiting. I placed mine beside it. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, softly, the chalk began to write on its own. Attendance confirmed. The letters formed slowly, the chalk squeaking faintly. When it finished, it fell from the board and rolled to my feet. A gust of cold air blew through the room, carrying a whisper, faint laughter, children's voices overlapping, too many for the space. Then silence. When I glanced back at the chalkboard, my name was written there now. Mr. Mercer present. I walked out trembling, clutching the list. The ledger would mark that one complete too. I didn't even need to check. The next address was Morton's Hardware. Half the windows were broken, tools still scattered on the floor. Inside, an envelope waited beside the register. I dropped mine next to it, already numb to the pattern. This time, the cash drawer didn't open, and no voices whispered. Just the faint smell of oil, and a hammer that lifted itself an inch before falling again with a metallic tap. A message printed itself on the receipt paper tools provided. Use them wisely. I didn't understand what that meant until I stepped outside and saw the fog had thickened again, so dense it blurred the street into nothing. My flashlight beam vanished 5 feet ahead. Somewhere within it, something moved. I could hear paper tearing. Shapes drifted in and out of the mist. Thin, wavering forms made of fluttering white edges. Letters, thousands of them, rising like swarms of insects. I backed toward the post office, keeping my eyes down. They followed at a slow, patient pace, circling. By the time I reached the front steps, the door swung open by itself. I slammed it shut behind me and leaned against it, chest heaving. The sound outside faded. Only the ticking remained. The ledger was glowing faintly now, faint gold threads running through the paper, as though light blood from beneath. Deliveries completed 70/12. 3 more had been marked while I was gone. I hadn't gone near those addresses. I stared at the line below. Delivery in progress. A draft brushed my neck. The mailroom door was open again. Inside, every pigeonhole was empty. The letters had vanished. On the table, 12 small objects sat neatly arranged in the library card. The inn key, the coins, the hardware hammer, the chalk piece, and others I didn't recognize. A thimble, a church bulletin, a photograph of a man I'd never seen, a spool of string, a stamp, and a mirror no larger than my palm. Each had a slip of paper beneath it with a single word delivered. I heard movement then. Paper sliding. A slow breath behind the wall of cubbies. I circled toward the back, where I'd first heard the ticking that first night. There was a narrow door there, half concealed behind shelving. I pulled it open. A staircase led down. The air grew colder with each step, damp stone walls closing around me. The smell of wet ink thickened. My flashlight trembled in my hand. At the bottom was a small chamber lined with mailbags. Hundreds, maybe thousands, stacked floor to ceiling. Every one of them bulged with letters. But they weren't old. They were brand new, and every one was addressed to me. Somehow, I knew the dates on those postmarks would stretch on. Days, years, decades. A future version of me already pre-written. Correspondence waiting for events that hadn't yet happened. In the center of the room was a desk. On it sat an old typewriter. Keys stained with ink, still warm to the touch. A half-finished letter waited in the platen. I leaned closer. The paper read, "Recipient has arrived. Delivery nearing completion. Awaiting final dispatch." Before I could step back, the typewriter moved. Keys pressed themselves, one by one. "Please take your seat, Mr. Mercer." The chair in front of the desk creaked. I stumbled backward, but the air seemed to thicken, dragging at my limbs. The typewriter continued. "Completion requires sender confirmation. The system must not stop." Something flickered at the edge of my vision. Figures forming out of drifting paper dust. Postal workers, maybe. Or the remnants of them. Faces blurred, hands ink black, mailbags slung across their shoulders. They stood in a ring around me, silent, waiting. On the desk, a fresh envelope appeared. My name again. This one was sealed with red wax, stamped with a symbol I didn't recognize. A spiral intersected by a line. The typewriter clacked once more. Sign below to complete correspondence. There was a pen beside the letter. My hand moved toward it despite every fiber of me resisting. The pressure in the room felt alive, pushing, coaxing. My pulse roared in my ears. I picked up the pen, and then I stopped. Something in me, some faint shred of reason, refused. I dropped the pen and turned for the stairs, running. The sound that followed wasn't footsteps. It was paper ripping open in 1,000 directions, as though every envelope in that room had torn itself apart at once. The lights upstairs flickered as I burst into the mailroom again. The ledger slammed shut on the table. When it opened by itself seconds later, a new line had appeared, the ink still forming as I watched. Delivery incomplete. Sender non-compliant. And below that, another line fading into view, reschedule for next cycle. The air crackled, and the mail slot rattled violently. Envelopes began pouring through. Hundreds, thousands, filling the room like a white flood. I stumbled back into the lobby, coughing, clawing for the front door. It wouldn't open. Letters pressed against the glass, piling up faster than seemed possible. The sound grew deafening, a roar of shuffling paper. Then, all at once, silence. When I opened my eyes, I was outside. The fog had lifted completely. The sun was bright, real this time. The post office stood behind me, silent and whole. My truck sat where I'd left it. The windshield was clean. The keys turned in the ignition, and the engine started on the first try. For a moment, I almost believed I'd imagined everything. I drove until the town disappeared in the mirror. The road wound through the forest again, and the world began to look normal, too normal. My GPS reconnected 10 miles out, flashing notifications like it had been asleep for days. I didn't stop driving until I hit the next town over. I parked by a diner, stumbled inside, and ordered coffee I barely tasted. My hands were shaking. The waitress asked if I was all right. I told her I'd just come from Dunlow. She blinked at me. Dunlow? That place burned down years ago. I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but her expression didn't change. She pointed toward a bulletin board near the counter. There, pinned under layers of yellowed flyers, was a newspaper clipping dated 1962. Fire destroys Dunlow Post Office, no survivors. My stomach turned. The article mentioned the names of the postal staff. 3 workers and 1 temporary inspector sent by the county. The name at the bottom of the list was Cole Mercer. I left the diner without paying. Outside, the sky had gone gray again. The wind picked up, and something light brushed against my leg. I looked down. An envelope lay at my feet. White. Crisp. My name written across the front. Postmarked October 7, 2025. Tomorrow. I didn't open it. I just stood there, watching as the edges of the paper began to darken. Not burning. Exactly, but fading, as though time itself was erasing it. Within seconds, it crumbled to dust in my hand. I thought that was the end of it. Until I reached my motel that night. The clerk handed me my room key with a polite smile. "We've been expecting you, Mr. Mercer," he said. I frowned. Expecting me? He slid a small envelope across the counter. "Your mail arrived this morning." I looked down at it. Same looping handwriting. Same red wax seal. And this time the postmark wasn't for tomorrow. It was for October 4th, 1962.